Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in Workers and Resources after having put our Mega City 1 run on hiatus. And we will be starting a new run. That new run will play on Siberia, the new map from the Biomes DLC, without a predefined population. And we are going to play it on realistic mode, but with no earthquakes, starting in 1960. And let's talk about the challenge for this run. The challenge for this run, we are going to be only allowed to export resources that have been made with prison labor. So, as a comparison to normal proceedings, if we were to build a clothing factory, for example, we would have to run the clothing factory exclusively with prison labor to be allowed to export the resources that come from that clothing factory to a foreign border, for profit. If there's one normal worker, then it would not count, and we can only use it domestically. So, if the goods are destined to go off the map and generate some profit, they have to be worked on by prison labor. If we talk about something like chemicals and we want to make chemicals from scratch, then the gravel, for example, the quarried stone has to come from quarries that prisoners have to work in, not excavators. So some resources might be harder to acquire. I don't know if this is a possible run, but it is something I wanted to try ever since they announced the Siberia map, and it seems kind of fitting. It will also give us some more experience with the prison system, the criminality, and maybe find a way how to exploit that system for our benefit. Hello Hailstorm. Siberia map is also quite cold, so farming seems unlikely. The terrain is rather rough, so we'll see what we can do. When we load in, I will verify the game settings and then we'll take a look around the map. I've seen it on some other streams. It looks very hilly, very rough terrain. Our previous village test stream might have prepared us for this, but it seemed like it was much rougher terrain than that one. There's no real objective for the game, except I guess we can say, like, if I get to 20,000 citizens while having a yearly profit, then I would consider it done. 20,000 seems like a maybe reasonable number of population. Maybe it's too high. Maybe it's probably isn't too low, but just so we have like a defined end point. 20,000 of our own citizens with a yearly profit. And the profit has to come from prison labor, so we will need probably a lot of prisoners. Or we have to be very efficient and make most things domestically and then just have a little bit of profit. We will see. There's no guarantee that this run will last very long or that it will be successful. This was just something I had a thought experiment of in my head. It could fail spectacularly, quickly. It could do well. But yes, the only thing we need to worry about is export profits. Anything we do domestically, we can just use regular workers for, or prisoners if we want. Hello Hailstorm, if I haven't said already, but I think I have. Welcome to Siberia. Let me check the game settings. Everything maximum difficulty except building fires. So, oh, that's the wrong one. I modified building fires. Wrong setting, we're going back. I accidentally clicked building fires instead of global events. I want building fires to be on high, but realistic building fires frequent, global events normal. That's the correct one I wanted to change. Almost started the game wrong. I think earthquakes are just not going to fit thematically into this region. Would have been funny if I didn't check and we would have been suddenly struck by an earthquake and I would have been like, what? But yeah, now fires are frequent, global events are normal, so this one has been reduced by 1. And the vehicle availability, we I usually leave at log start according to year, but they don't become unavailable. Otherwise, all warning messages are still disabled except those that we set ourselves, or informational messages about market changes or vehicle availability. Those are still active, but anything that can go wrong in our republic, we don't have automated messages on, which will make things a little bit challenging in the beginning. But yeah, welcome to Siberia. A very hilly map. Very, very hilly. There's no other rules other than we are going to abide by the low-tech challenge, meaning that, or the low-tech game mode, I guess. Which means we can only do research if we have a settlement over a certain size, or every 2,500 population in our nation. Each of those would give us a research point, and with the research points we can unlock new technologies that actually have a game impact, other than just unlocking new tech. Okay. Now the question where we are going to start. If we start on an western border, we will be without ambulances until we get a connection to the east. I think there might also be a lack of road cranes in the beginning, but I guess that like slowly goes away. We don't really have a lot of vehicles in the beginning. Would have to build, well, we would have to probably start on an eastern border to do stuff. But we could consider building off of a customs house and slowly developing towards the west to claim as much as of the territory as possible. And my idea was to use mostly dirt roads turned to gravel for transportation and slowly creep over the map with villages. And yeah, we don't know where any of the resources are. I did see in some streams that there's a lot of oil in this one, but I don't remember any of the other resources, particularly iron or coal. I don't remember. I just remember that this one was a massive oil patch because someone wanted to build a city here, and yeah. And I guess that one also had oil, I think. But yeah. I might... I think someone started here. I don't remember if another person started here or in the border. I think someone started down here. I could start here. Transportation routes are going to be fairly long. Could start with a wooden bridge across here. Claim this area, build like some road along here, or maybe go up the hill. That seems pretty rough. That is a very steep hill. I guess the shortest section would be here. That is doable. But yeah, any export we want to do, we have to do with prison labor, if possible. If there's an industry that doesn't require prison labor, like oil, we can still do that. But it's probably not going to be sustainable, just exporting oil. I guess that depends on the market prices. We might be starting on this customs house. This way we will also have a rail connection available for ourselves that we can then utilize to hook up a single rail line that will go places. I'm planning on setting up a single rail train track, if possible, to do all of our rail construction, so we can send resources to and from areas rather quickly. I don't know if I can do logging with like prisoners. If I can only do logging with like my own workers, then I have to use my own workers. But the sawmill, then I would be able to run with prisoners, I guess. Because I have the idea of maybe setting up a logging camp here, putting a single worker in, and then transporting it to the customs house, just so we have a little bit of profit. And then I can also build the wooden train tracks with my own boards, I guess. I would just need steel then. There's not a lot of flat area here, even though the map makes it look like it is pretty smooth. I mean, there's a bunch of open space here. The rest is all hilly terrain. We should also consider what research we are going to do first. We are starting in May instead of February because the winter on this map is very, very long. I think we're probably going to start with a logging camp. Just to probe the price for wood, see how the market reacts. And maybe set up an initial settlement to get our own workforce and have the ability to start with a rail construction here. We can build a rail construction office here, maybe a settlement to run the rail construction office and also provide us with workers in the area. And then we can either build out to this customs house if we really want to. But really, realistically, I would like to go to the west. I like trains, so I would like to try and use trains as much as possible. The other alternative would be to try and build logging camps on the water. So we have a logging camp here going into a storage, going into a harbor for wood. But doing that much investment into an infrastructure without knowing if the price is gonna hold, I don't know if that is a good idea. So we could build a small harbor into a resource storage for wood into a logging camp. Or we could like attach a sawmill with a storage to it. But then we should also have a settlement here to run it, I guess. And then maybe run one ship to export boards. Boards are not really that profitable. Wood and boards are not that great, and it really depends on the market what happens to this. So I would like to export just a bunch of wood and see how the market reacts, if I wanted to make a decision on if I should extend into that. Another rule, I guess, just side note of low-tech, I will not look for resources on the map until I have the necessary technology unlocked. I guess we could also try and go for... We could risk and try and go for the bauxite unlock. My idea is to build a railroad that goes across the water here and then runs along this mountain, probably climbing over it, and then we have access to a western border connection. So this seems like maybe a possible connection that we could then build off into other areas. I do know there's oil here, but I can't place or build anything until I have the technology. And I know there's a little bit of oil somewhere down here, but otherwise I don't remember. So I think to get started, I would probably plan a small settlement here to have workers for a rail construction office. If we build a settlement, then I should also work on a prison. And the prison would need a lot of prisoners to run a clothing factory for us. I would like to try and set up a clothing factory next to a prison, because that would be our first source of income, I think. I also need to know if we can't build the logging camp first and export. We need to first see if we can send a... I guess I can buy a prison bus and see if we can send it to a logging camp. I don't remember basically if you can use prisoners to do logging for you. I don't think you can, because then they could just run away because it's not in an enclosed building, but I don't know. Regarding heating, we will have to pay attention because it is Siberia, so winters are going to be very sharply cold indeed. We'll have to make sure that we bring ample amounts of coal to the heating plants. For small heating plants, the internal storage might be enough. But if we have ever the situation that we run out of money and the heating plants stop working, or we run out of coal and the same happens, and that happens during winter, then our population is not going to have a lot of fun. Okay, flattening terrain is still possible apparently. Even though we're in realism mode, it just allows you to do that. I will build with dirt roads first and like we'll set something up later, I think. So ideally I would like to maybe get a settlement started before the end of the year, although we are like already 3 months behind schedule of a normal start. And this is going to be a little bit different than our previous run, Megacity. Megacity has conditioned me about large settlements, so I will have to see if I can get back into the village mentality, if that will work for us. Hello Simon, welcome. Definitely want a fire station. Fire stations are important. At some point this will be upgraded with like a proper bus stop, etc. But for now this should be enough. If we want a research point from a settlement, we need to have at least 200 people in it and have its own food supply in the area. Transportation routes over dirt roads are going to be an issue, but if we are building smaller settlements, then they will have a lot of time before the storage is run out. I think I will rely on grocers because they have a lot of food storage capacity, more than 1 truck worth of storage. They only have 1 unloading station, which is unfortunate. Maybe I should go for a small shopping center, but I think it would be oversized for the settlement. I'm thinking of going for a grocer with attached meat storage, which I usually don't do very much. I guess this is going to be a topic for a distribution office. The refrigerated storage is quite low, and if we use an attached refrigerated storage, then the meat distribution office will also be working well enough. I'm not sure if my heating is going to be sufficient. I might need heating pipes to distribute the heating more closely to our residential areas. Now the buildings that don't require any electricity, heating and so on, that only work at about 10 degrees or 5 degrees for the sports facilities, are interesting, because they will be less efficient on this map. So I think we should probably go for a House of Culture and the like. We have alcohol, we have food. I will need to give them clothing, so a small store is also going to be necessary. Do I want to use a warehouse instead of like a meat storage? Because in a warehouse I could store clothing, food, I could store alcohol. I mean, I can still have a refrigerated storage here and then just have a direct route between the storage and the building. I don't want to use forklifts necessarily because I think that would be overkill. Any additional building will need maintenance in the future, and so will vehicles, I guess. It's gonna be risky if I don't use a food storage, but I can have a warehouse nearby. It doesn't have to be connected to it. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the mantra. We'll have like a warehouse in the area. I'll leave like room here in case I want a cold storage. The refrigerated storage will be attached to this building. Do not forget about that. We will have our meat storage here. Because the meat storage inside the grocer is rather small. I don't know if I can unload food from the refrigerated storage into the shopping center. That requires testing, because if I can do that, then the refrigerated storage would be delivered to by distribution office, but the food I will deliver to this building and it will hopefully push into the grocer if it works. But I don't know yet. I will have to see if that works. Should probably also set up our construction sector. Then we can let the game run while we plan. I'll set it up here. Rail construction is not going to be important for a while, and it will kind of force me to set up like a proper construction section before I do the rail construction. Okay, let the game run, I guess. I am planning on going like a dirt and gravel road at most, so this one I don't think we're gonna need very large vehicles right now. But we'll see. Okay. Then assign our construction offices to the same source. Oh, the game runs so smooth again. It is so nice. We'll have our free construction office for workers here. That one will not be on auto search. Since we're dealing with dirt roads, this will be fine. I need another distribution office to bring in the resources. for gravel. We'll have a storage for steel and brick and prefab panels. I don't think we need a storage for boards. I'm not sure. Probably not. Okay. And then I guess we'll assign. Right now we can use the customs house, but I want to have local storages in case I want to upgrade roads. If I want to have more vehicles, they should pick up from these storage instead of the customs house because I want to avoid having a traffic jam here. Right now they can pick up there. We'll start with some dump trucks. I kind of want to use like different style of dump trucks. Right now we're going on dirt roads, so. But these are bringing gravel to construction sites, and they're not really intended for road construction. So they should be a little bit smaller, I think. We'll get 3. And then paver and roller we're not going to use, but we can get a bulldozer or 2 for like footpath constructions. No assignments for you, and no assignments for the construction office that has the excavators in there, so the truck doesn't like drive around and deliver resources instead of bringing the vehicles to where they need to go. We will get a university, probably a technical university, then I can research the basic resource overlay if I want. But we also need a party HQ for distribution offices at some point, I think. This is culture. I think do I want to give them like indoor sports facility? This is like a lot of people for a small village. We also need to make sure that the people are happy and they don't run away. Otherwise we're gonna have like a lot of expenses. And this is going to be a rail construction area, so there will be a lot of people in the end, so I think an indoor pool is warranted. To make sure that the rail construction people and the university students and professors are going to be adequately housed and entertained. We are going to start with, since it's the rail construction area, I think a technical university. Although I was thinking maybe the medical university at some point, but I think we need a larger settlement for that. $15 tons versus 17 tons of steel. I think that's fine. Okay. Gravel. Prefab, steel, and bricks. Steel, prefab, and bricks. I'll prepare a emergency bus in case something catches fire. The fire station should have high priority. This one should be set up first if possible. So at some point this would be cleared up. We would have a road go this way, maybe a snaking road or a tunnel into the village. Rail construction office down here integrated into the customs house. I'm only planning for a single train track of wooden rail, except for the customs house. We need to connect all three of them because there would also be waiting spaces. And we're going for diesel locomotives because it's going to be easier, I think. We might get an oil refinery at some point. Okay, construction offices. We have our construction office cluster and we have the workers. Now if we check the cluster, everything, well, will be assigned over time. Right now they should focus on the fire station. We'll set up a basic settlement first, try to get our own construction workers. Then we can set up a prison with a police station and a small courthouse. And think about maybe trying to set up a clothing factory and see if we can get like a base level of income going, which would be nice. Everything will revolve around prisoners if we want to make an export profit. If we want to turn coal and iron into steel, we would have to run the coal mine and the iron mine and the steel mill with prisoners, and that would be quite excessive. So yeah, we'll have to find like ways to make a profit with a reasonable amount of prisoners, or get a huge amount of prisoners, one or the other. We'll also need a school, we'll need a kindergarten. Kindergarten will be closer to the residential areas, I think. We'll need monuments. Coal will be delivered by a dedicated vehicle to the heating plant. A large, like, dump truck, I think, will do. I mean, we can use the distribution office in the beginning. I would also like to start making my own gravel, so I can feed that into the rail construction office instead of having to put extra strain on the customs house. But yeah, I think my first experimentation with like prison labor will be a clothing factory. Or more correctly, I guess we can set up a logging camp and see if it accepts the sending of a prison bus to it. Because if it does, then we can run a logging camp with a prison bus. That might be quite effective. Oh, so many factory connections on this. We'll also need electricity here. We have an electric connection. I forgot to check that, but we do. We'll have to set up a high voltage switch. .06 tons of electronic components, 0.6 of steel, 0.26 of electronic components. So a tenth of steel and electronic components. So let's say we have 1 unit of steel and a tenth of electronic components, so 330 plus 100. I should do math. I don't want to do math. I'm going to use above ground wires, I think. I like my 13 megawatt wires because they look relatively compact, and having them be above ground will make it easier to change them in the future if we have to do that. Now the storages are going to be in the way a little bit here. We'll be able to run the railroad through here and the normal road through this way. This should be fine. One thing I need to do is, before I place residential buildings, is to turn off get citizens, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem. Don't forget that checkbox. I still need monuments, I need electricity, water and sewage. We could run a sewage pipe into the river here, that would be fine. Excited for this challenge, but can we keep the 450 meter trains though? Since I'm planning on using wooden rail with pig locomotives, I will try to get very long pig locomotive trains, yes. But maybe not like a guarantee. The trains are not part of the challenge, but they might happen naturally. I like long trains. Also see connections. You have a connection down here which I think can go to the west and east at the same time. This goes to the west. We have this goes to the east, this goes to the west, but you have to dig it out because there's like land bridges. I don't know. We might have to use boats, but haven't really planned for that, so eastern connection and maybe a western connection here. Might have to drench a canal through this area. Ships could be an option. Like if we can run wooden export and make a decent amount of profit, it might be viable to connect it to the border by a ship connection. But I don't want to invest too much into it. We will need wood and probably a sawmill just to get our own lumber for the logging, for the rail construction. But right now I just want to test the waters with an export. If we have to run it with prisoners, so be it. A prison bus to a logging camp seems fine. Can probably set up 2 logging camps here. But we'll see. Assume you'll use clothing factory or import crops, or you'll run huge farms. If the fields can be run by prisoners, I would have to run the fields by prisoners. So right now I'm planning on importing fabric and exporting clothing and just running the clothing factory with prisoners. We are limited on our prisoner population, and I don't know what other side effects that will have, like with when they get released, how high criminality will be, etc, etc. So there are... I can't just go into a regular game mode, I don't think. We'll have to see what happens. As I said, this might fail spectacularly, or very unspectacularly. Like it could just be a dud and not really do anything. Sewage we can run down here and just dump into the water if we want to. Jail workers only challenge? Yes. The Siberia Gulag challenge. This is the jail workers only challenge. For export profits, not for everything. Anything I export has to be made by prisoners, if possible. Yep, that's why it's in the title. That's why it says Gulag. We'll try with like a heating plant directly heating the buildings. Hopefully it's enough. But we might also learn that it is insufficient. How are you liking the Siberia map so far? I'm on it for 50 minutes. I like the look of it. Seems very challenging. It's gonna be a village-based run, but yeah, I like it. Time will tell how good it's gonna be for the challenge. If the challenge fails, I might just do a village-based run on it. Like if we can't make a profit, we'll have to do something else with it. If we can make our own boards, then we can also set up a lot of like wooden bridges rather cheaply. I'm not going to set up a construction sector that early, but we will need a repair station fairly soon, I think. This map is perfect for cargo ships too. Probably, yeah. But we're going by different rules, so we'll have to first figure out if we can run prisons. Speaking of, once the logging camp has been built, I'll go grab a prison bus and see if we can assign it to the route or not. If it cannot be assigned to the route, then we can use normal workers to make wood. But I do remember that sawmills can be run by prisoners. I'm not sure about logging camps anymore. We'll definitely have to build a large prison. Only requires 15 cubic meters of heating, which is gonna be nice. And the prisoners in here can also probably run the heating plant for us, plus maybe a clothing factory or something. Pretty sure you can't run prisoners in logging. Pretty sure is not completely sure, so I will have to test it. If it doesn't work, then we can already bring a foreign worker here to cut down trees for us and export them. But if I can assign the prison bus to it, I will have to wait until I test it with an actual prison. I mean, I can also cut down wood and then not export it, but I don't need boards right now. Not until we have the rail construction office. Anything that is open work, you can't run with prisoners so they can run away. Yeah, that's why I think farming and logging might not require them. But I don't remember, so I have to try it. Can please break down the heating math? I can't figure out when I need more heating plants. We can do that once we have people living here. Because for Siberia, I guess the winters are gonna be much different. These ones require 3 cubic meters for 50, 10 for 150, so that's about the same. 7 for 110. That's also about the same, but yeah. I have to keep an eye out on fires and stuff because I don't have warning messages enabled still. I might get a route for some buses to run the fire station. Yeah. Would be nice if we could run the logging, I guess. There will be a rail construction office somewhere in this area, running a railroad down here, bypassing also to continue rail construction this way. Although I don't really know if we want to build this way. Depends on what resources we find, I guess. I think the first research point will be the resource overlay map. We'll just have to deal with fewer distribution offices, I guess. Do you import prisoners, or how exactly will this go? We will probably crank up the prison sentences quite highly. Thank you. We'll try and give everyone who drops a piece of gum paper on the sidewalk a 25-year prison sentence and see how well that goes. Hello Cyphers, what's the challenge? We're only allowed to export resources that, if they can be made by prison labor, need to be done by prison labor. So a lot more focus on prisons and running gulags. Alright, sure. I might have to expand to like a large heating plant and just balance the heating of the area from that, like a large heating plant here, heating delivery, but like for the beginning we kind of need to have it close by and run with a small heating plant and hope it is enough. I don't know what's funny, but if there's something funny, I'm all for it. This is basically our initial settlement to figure out what works and what we can do. I think I should just leave one of the houses off and plan for a prison. Courthouse, low priority. Police station, low priority. I can build it, but the other buildings have higher priority. Road cranes. I was missing something. Small repair station, probably. But we could probably like set up a construction sector somewhere, a small construction office or two, with a maintenance construction office, and then a repair station and like a resource storage for steel that is used for construction and repairing. And a warehouse. Hello, Project 7. No Gulag yet, no. Not yet. I'm tempted to maybe relocate the resource storages all up here. Makes sense to have the resources closer to the construction sites, I guess. For the gravel, we will want a storage down here if we want to do road upgrades, but also a storage up here, I guess. If we at some point want to upgrade the footpaths. Yeah, these ones we're gonna get rid of. Well, they were intended to make sure that we use like at most 2 vehicles to pick up from the border and into the storages with the highest capacity. And then every other vehicle has to go to the storages, so they don't go to the customs house and cause traffic jams. So the resource loading vehicles would go into like an off area and be away from the customs house, whereas our food delivery and refueling would not be affected by this. So this was mainly intended to prevent traffic jams. But yeah, I think they should be closer to the actual construction areas. Then I guess I can relocate the construction vehicles closer to them as well. Concrete mixers can stay down here. The buses and the road cranes can stay down here, I think. I'm a little bit worried about a fire popping up at some point. There's a road crane. Dump trucks can stay down here, because either they will pick up gravel from the customs house, or asphalt and concrete from the asphalt only from the customs house. And gravel I will also not let them load from here. This one we will use for like a small construction office that will handle footpath construction, I think. Prison here, probably the clothing factory somewhere here after it, and then the prison bus route. I guess prisoners can also run the repair station, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Hello Lunte, welcome. How do I start? I'm starting right now. This is my start. I'm building a small settlement to try and get enough workers to run my construction in the future, and also to build up a prison population for our challenge. On the map? I still don't understand the question. We started here, if you mean like where did we start? We started on the western border. And okay. I don't know if this was the area where no one has started yet, but I don't remember. I know Project 7 I think started down here. I think Rubber Duck started here, so I'll start here, I guess. I want to develop towards the west and cover this area. Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm starting here because I will have access to better rail construction vehicles. And I want to build a railroad. But if it will make sense, we'll have to wait and see. First industry, logging and clothing factory, I think. See if it is sustainable. Logging to test the waters, see what the wood price will turn into. And clothing, because clothing is always good, in my opinion. But we will have to plan it out with prison labor, so we can export the excess. I think if I set it up this way, the buses will stay inside the customs house until they are able to load some workers. For example, if a construction office bus picks up workers in front of them and there's no one available, they will flip between the two commands until the two loading commands until there's actually a worker available. Hopefully. My plan is to crank up the prison sentences to 25 years for every crime and see if we get a lot of prisoners that way. If not, I will use probably orphanages to try and increase the amount of prisoners we get. But I have to be careful not to run into a crime death spiral. It has to be a careful process. I don't know if it will work. We will find out. We might have more prisons than like residential buildings if everything works the way I envision it. Which is gonna be weird. But I don't think that's gonna happen. But who knows, maybe it will. Concrete mixers covered in open hull trucks can pick up from the border. Dump trucks can pick up from the border because asphalt and gravel. So that seems to be fine. 2 microbuses seem to be able to run the fire station at a good enough capacity to make sure nothing, if only a few buildings will burn down. Hopefully they can get to where they need to go on dirt roads. Yes, orphanage. These ones. Because if we put a lot of people in prison, we probably also need orphanages. Otherwise the children of the prisoners will not survive. I might have to plan for one of these anyway, because of the situation. Hello AAK. .AAK, welcome. I'm not sure if we have enough heating. We should have, like... We can probably fit an orphanage here, but we still need a prison and an orphanage, I guess. If we are going the prison route. I will plan for without an orphanage in the beginning, see if it works. Oh, we'll see. Low priority on that one. And we would be trying to run a clothing factory at full capacity with a prison. Is this in range? It is. This might run into heating problems. Because it's... sewage is also too far away. We'll have to build it closer. Not gonna worry about making any walls or anything. This is still to figure out if this whole concept will even work. Low priority for both of these. This is where the workers would arrive. And then the workers for the clothing factory would just come with a prison bus constantly being shoveled in. Yeah, they require a lot of workers, so I would like to avoid it if possible, but I'm not sure if we can. Let's get some electricity going if possible. Hello, Rubber Duck. Thank you for the alert. So this is basically the proof of concept village. And I guess we could probably run the rail construction office also with prisoners. Prisoner run. Yeah, yes. Hopefully it'll work. Winter is going to be annoying, since I haven't really set up any gravel roads, but we'll see. If we can't assign prison buses to the logging camp, we'll be fine to run logging already for export. Because if an industry cannot be run by prisoners, we can use the normal methods to produce and then also still export. But if I were to set up a gravel quarry and make chemicals out of it, the chemical factories and the gravel quarry would need prison labor. I guess a gravel quarry is also something where prisoners technically could run away because it's on the outside, but I do know that you can use prison labor in a gravel quarry. Only wood for now. I want to see and probe the waters of the wood price first before I make any large commitments. Because the wood price could go either way, and I don't want to over-invest. If we find an oil field nearby, I would also only build one pump check and set it up to export. Just probing the waters with all the resources, see what works for us. A pump check I could run without prison labor, because it doesn't need any workers. Where's the mega city? There's no mega city here. Oh god, this is gonna be the map for mega cities run 3. I can already tell. Build a mega city on Siberia. Oof. Yeah, I want to avoid traffic jams, so the fire trucks are always running, or at least have the ability to run, and aren't stuck without workers. Maybe I should set up another bus. I think that's a good idea. Especially during winter. I don't really plan on snowplows for now, but that might change pretty quickly. Once I see how long the winter is and how slow the vehicles are running during winter, gonna change our tunes fairly quickly. Or I upgrade to gravel and then don't plow the gravel roads, and then we're stuck with mud roads during winter basically. Yeah, if we decide to put proper infrastructure in here and leave everything as is, then we can also expand the settlement, but 300 workers with some extra for construction work should be good enough. But if I want to have a rail construction office, we'll need more. I think we're going to always only at most have one EDK rail construction vehicle. They won't be available just yet, but that is the plan. One EDK, one tunnel boring machine at most, I think. Resource storage is outside of range of the electricity. But we will need more electricity down here anyway, at some point. And the slightly slower loading speed is gonna be fine. Plus we technically could load inside the logging camp, I guess. Not that we're gonna do that. This is like our test for logging. Might also relocate and put like the sawmill plus the rail construction office here. We're building our train tracks out of wood-based rail. They would eat a bunch of boards from this, which could be useful to have on a sawmill. And then the rest could be exported. We'll set one open hull truck to a new construction office up there. This one. And it can pick up the resources from the area. So much shorter travel distance. Even if the loading is a little bit slower, it has to drive shorter distances and can bring a lot more resources to construction sites that way. The other ones can still pick up from the border. For now. Yeah, I guess once we set up like the second settlement, we can maybe work on the first settlement to make it more persistent with like better infrastructure, better footpaths. But if it doesn't work, then this might like be something that we will demolish and relocate to somewhere else. If there's resources below here, for example, we might have to move it anyway. But the first technology we will unlock is the resource map. The second one might be bauxite. If we get a second settlement up. But we would also have to run our bauxite mines with prisoners if we intend to export it, so... "45 prisoners." Could run a prison next to them, basically. 210 prisoners. Let's say 150 is normal. So we would have 75 prisoners, basically. Sorry. We would have 50 prisoners divided by 3. So 150 divided by 3 is 50 prisoners. So a non-overcrowded prison would be able to run a bauxite mine. This feels a little bit like the farming run, except for anything that isn't farming. The old low-tech farming run where I tried to, and successfully did, farming without machinery, where I had to unlock machines by using technology points. That worked quite well. Was an interesting experience. Really? 0.000 tons of mixed waste. There's a gram of mixed waste in there. We gotta take care of it. It's the rules. Another substation somewhere in this area, run 2 more logging camps. Hopefully they can be run without prisoners. That would be a little bit of income. Depending on what the wood price does, I guess. No idea yet. Too early to tell. When I plan to get first citizens, ready got October 1960. I got ready in the first year as well, on a normal map, but we started in May, so... Not sure. Siberia map starts pretty late. And winter is gonna be coming soon too. Definitely not going to build an electric railroad to the center of the map this time, so we should be ready faster. Maybe it's October. I don't know. Snow, well, we started in May, so I assume the snow is going to last until May. But I don't know. I did not look at the dates when I watched some streams. Thank you. We'll find out soon if we need prisoners for the logging camp. For a logging area, if it is profitable, it might make sense to use a small prison. But right now we're planning a large prison. It's going to be expensive-ish to set up, but it's going to work like a housing block for our territory, I think. I think in the beginning I will put medium and serious criminals in prison for 25 years, but if we don't have enough prisoners, then I might also bump up the prison sentences for minor crimes. Also, we didn't build directly next to the customs house. It's fairly close, but every bit of distance slows things down. Since we didn't lay out any of the infrastructure with permanent materials, it's going to be a bit quicker. But we will suffer a little bit during winter. I don't want to rush getting workers on the Siberia map. Because if something goes wrong, they're going to be all gone for a very long time anyway. Yep, I'll start relocating the open hull trucks to this area so they can pick up resources from here. Except if they have to bring boards, then they should pick those up at the customs house, because I think I will set up a sawmill fairly soon. I don't need that many. I guess boards would also make sense. Yeah, let's make a storage for boards too. Doesn't make sense not to have it if they pick up like tiny amounts of boards every now and then. And then have to go to the customs house for those. Okay. That will reduce the traffic at the customs house a little bit more. We only have the dump trucks for asphalt. Currently also still gravel and the concrete mixers that need to go there. And then all the other service vehicles that we do need. Foreign workers for the fire station, water and sewage, because that production is going to be something for later. We'll have to pump water here. Sewage can flow downhill into the river, that's fine. Or we could centralize it somewhere, but there's water right next to this. Easiest way to get rid of sewage. Almost done with the logging camp, then we can test it. And yes, if we can assign it, I will have to wait until I have the prison and see if they can unload. If I can't assign it, then I will bring some foreign workers here. I will set it to like 1 worker and let the fire station buses unload here to constantly chop down trees. And the sawmill will happen, like, I don't know, when we plan out the rail construction office. The sawmill, I think, will be integrated into that. Maybe with the future potential of like having the first train export boards, if it doesn't seem too like ridiculous. We might even have like a single train track with the refueling stations on the track, because our trains are going to be that slow. And then just have passing tracks around it. 1 worker at most. Prison buses can be assigned, so we'll have to wait for a prison to see if it actually works, and then we have to run this with prison labor. Which is fine, like we can run this with prison labor, it's not a problem. But we do need a prison for it, and that's gonna take a while. Especially since I went for the large prison right away. It's gonna be more... This is about as much space to live in as like a residential building. But it does have everything else included. Except working, I guess. Let me build up a substation. This will be useful for loading goods faster from the storage. Waste storage we'll care about once everything has been set up. Like, I don't think with that few citizens we will have to care too much about waste storages. Although talking about waste storages made me remember that we also need a clinic here. Because a clinic will need its own waste storage. I don't trust it without. But yeah, I think for this settlement we'll plan for just small waste storages, small containers. And only the industrial waste of the logging camp will be a large container. Then a large storage here for the prison and the clothing factory. Because technically the clothing factory also produces industrialized waste that we could filter if we wanted to. We'll have a central waste storage on the outside where all of the small waste trucks will unload into, and then large container trucks will bring it to the border to reduce the traffic to the customs house. And then I will separate my technical services between small waste trucks and large waste trucks to make that more efficient, because the large waste trucks can directly go to the customs house, but the small trucks should dump it into like collection points where if they arrive with like 1 ton or less of waste, it goes into a container, and once the container is full, then the other truck can go for the customs house. But yeah, it looks like we will have to wait on a prison to run this. Can't run it earlier. We can also speed up. I've been running on normal speed for a while. I got used to that speed playing the Mega City 1, but there's not much happening right now, so might as well. We do have electricity now. Still need our water and sewage substations. I could build a sewage pipe already. Don't feel like doing it yet. We can just export it. Or I guess I could build a sewage unloading station into a sewage discharge down here without running the sewage pipe. But if it catches fire, it's quite far away from everything else, so not sure if the sewage unloading station can have that happen. I want to know if we can unload food inside the refrigerated storage that gets then transferred into the grocer, because then I will use the setup a lot more. I don't want to run a meat truck and wait until unloaded into the refrigerated storage, otherwise this will consume a lot of electricity. The more meat you have stored in it, the more electricity it will need. But if I can run a food truck in here and wait until unloaded and make sure the grocer is always full, and then run a refrigerated truck to the building with like a distribution office, tell it to unload until like 30%, that would be perfect. That would be a very good setup. We'll see if that works. I haven't tried that yet. But for this it might make sense, because I don't want to have multiple meat trucks running back and forth. And then we can also in the future say fill this up further, and then the next settlement will pick up meat from this settlement, and it's gonna chain off of the customs house into the map. Until we at some point have like a refrigerated storage somewhere in the map that gets the delivery done by train. And then we use that as a point to chain the meat into any direction. Let's make sure we don't get citizens here. Yep, get citizens is turned off. Customs house is incorrect. Well, not incorrect, but you're gonna go over here and work from this place on. Now we're lagging behind a little bit with the material deliveries from the distribution office, because I did not tell you to load more materials after the other warehouse, the other resource storages were done. So you need to get back to it and deliver more materials to the shared storages, please. We will need a lot more bricks to finish the prison. But yeah, that way we always have full deliveries to the construction area, wherever possible. We don't have that for the concrete mixers, because they do have to go to the customs house, and for like the covered hull goods, until we have a repair station, then we can also make those deliveries happen to that storage. But the other goods we deliver 100% per truckload to these storages, and then as necessary to the construction sites. And that reduces the traffic at the customs house by requiring fewer vehicles. We still have a little bit of a traffic jam. There will be more vehicles that need to go there when we get our water, sewage and waste trucks on the road. But it shouldn't be too bad. The water trucks will be built next to the customs house, because they go to the customs house to pick up the resources. And then here, shortest delivery route. Waste trucks will be set up here for the industry, large container, and the big garbage container stand, I guess. I dislike my choice of running the small garbage stand here. I think I will still set up a large container stand. I like my hazardous waste in a large container stand, because then I can just run the hazardous waste in a large container truck directly to the border. I gotta get used back to the fast game speed. Like, this is way faster after playing such a long time at normal game speed in Mega City 1. This is quite quick. I will get used to it again. It's fine. Add that. Build all of this. Sure. This one is fine. Need storage. We need waste storage over here. The heating plant has its own internal large waste storage, so we also need that. A large truck for its waste storage. We're set up for that. Yeah, we'll be fine. And then 2 large waste storages connected with a factory connection on the outside to deliver from the settlement. I guess it could also be done. Yeah, we only need 1 waste storage. There's not going to be that much waste here. And if we need more, then we can expand it. It's always possible to add more. But we do have to build the large one, so we have 2 loading stations, because there is always going to be 1 truck in here waiting until loaded for the mixed waste. Got our heating plant set up. We'll run coal deliveries by distribution office. They can deliver 25-ish tons, 25 tons exactly. We have 45 tons, so if we get to like 50%, 22.25, they should start a delivery. We might use an external coal storage at some point, or more likely like a dedicated vehicle always running, which will, as soon as it has fully unloaded and the internal storage is full, the 45 tons, the vehicle is empty, will start its move to the customs house to bring more coal in. That's why a dedicated vehicle might have a benefit. If the distance is very long and you assign 2 dedicated vehicles, though, you might occupy both parking spaces, and then there will be other problems, like during maintenance no one can get there, or if a ambulance or police car wants to go there, they might not be able to get in. Delivery vehicles are currently not keeping up because I assigned more vehicles than I should have. I guess we'll unassign this one. I haven't really started with like gravel footpath construction yet, because I don't know if we will need it. It will make the whole settlement more efficient as people can walk faster to their work sites, but as I said, this is not clear if it will be a permanent settlement. I need to figure out what works first. The monument will not be built by me. It will be built by local workers at some point. Two tons of alcohol is pretty good. You also need to be able to pick up wood, otherwise you're not going to bring it into the storage. We have to figure out a way to get a sustainable amount of population while trying to maximize our prison population. I want to keep them as happy as possible, I want to reduce their criminality, and if they have a prison break, that's fine. We just need to prevent crime spirals. I would like to have as many people in prisons as possible, I guess. Because they will be our productive workforce. They can only work at... Well, they will work at minimum 60% productivity. If we get the loyalty up, they can be even higher than that. But for that, we will need a radio station to boost the workers' loyalty inside the houses that work in the prison. And then we could keep the loyalty inside the prison higher, I guess. But that's not going to be possible for a while, I don't think. This is a showcase, an example of what it's going to be like when winter sets in and everything's going to crawl, slow down to a crawl. I could consider building up the road now, but I don't want to. We're going to suffer through the first winter with abysmal conditions. I guess snowplows might be like the solution. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess dirt is 35, gravel is 60. That's fine. Get some wood here now. Almost done with the water and sewage substations as well. Guess we could prioritize them. Then we can also bring in the water and sewage trucks to deliver and pick up the resources as necessary. I don't think we're gonna get people in this year, but early next year, like if I would have built a little bit closer to the border and maybe not focused on the prison already, could still be possible to get them in October. But we have to be prepared, like, I don't know if this single heating plant is going to be sufficient. I've seen people build double heating plants. We'll find out, I guess. I could send our buses that bring firefighters to share the workers between the fire station and the heating plant to see what it looks like when everything is set up. I'm not going to drop the population in here without testing the heating, I don't think. This will be the delivery point for waste from the settlement, and then our waste truck from the demolition office will pick up the mixed waste and remove it. And then we'll see how we can expand this, like we could have more housing on this side. Probably fine with like the distance we have between the heating plant, but the heating plant will also run at a higher throughput throughout the year. So more pollution is kind of to be expected. Prison is at low priority, which makes sense. Clothing factory should also be at low priority, which it is. Because these can be built up by local workers. We will not get a lot of construction workers out of this currently because we need a lot of workers working in the prison. But we'll see. I'm planning for like 500 people in this settlement, I think. Right now we have 300. So this might not be the settlement to do the rail construction office. I would like to have the rail construction office as close as possible to the customs house to get the EDK as quickly as possible. And then they can build to a settlement that has the permanent rail construction office. Maybe we can have that one here and run the rail line down this way across the water. I mean, we have to figure out where the resources are, I guess. This is just to get to the western border. Across the water, up this hill, and then we have just this piece to worry about, and we can run our train track overland to western customs house. No bad traffic at the customs house currently. Seems to be alright. We went through the first 300,000 rubles. Haven't used our US currency yet. Seems to be going alright. I'll set up a small technical service for large waste trucks, and probably a small one for small container trucks. What are our excavators doing right now? Are they all in these buildings? There's 2 of them. And there's the 3rd one, courthouse. Getting a lot of workers right now. It's pretty good. Oh, I want to see if we can be profitable with the clothing factory and the logging. Like if we can make something profitable happen. That will determine on if we're going to try and go for bauxite maybe, or see if we can go for oil, coal and iron. It's hard to tell what resource might be good. I don't see anything like specific. But if we put some load onto the customs house with export goods, maybe the market will show us. Oh, you're exporting wood. We're gonna crash the market. Or, oh, you're exporting wood. We need that. We're gonna pay you more. Please export more. Winter is now upon us. Our vehicles are now down to 12 kilometers an hour. This is fast speed. This is normal speed. Looks like it starts before in the first half of October. Now we'll see if the fire stations can keep on running. So yeah, next year we might upgrade this road to gravel. I guess I could do that right now. Maybe plan on some snowplows. I only have one option. They plow at 23 kilometers an hour, which is twice as fast as the 12 kilometers we're going. They should barely prioritize mud roads, but currently we only have mud roads, so they should still do them. In the future, they should only do gravel. I have no plan for asphalt, I don't think. Only really the main road to get all the way to the heating plant, I think, is gonna be what I want to do. Alright. I guess the dump trucks are... Do I set up like a specific construction office to do road construction? I mean, I already have it, but I moved it up here. I should move it back down, I guess. I think so. I didn't want a demolition office. I wanted a road depot. We'll set this one to only do road construction. Only needs gravel. If the rows are too short, we will have to manually assign construction office buses, but for the time being, they can do some road construction work. We have 2 bulldozers, so we can do 2 sections at a time, I guess. should... I'm overdoing it with the assignments because we don't have that many road cranes. Yeah, we're doing construction work without road cranes. That is not great. Confirm. The removal of all assignments. We're going to focus. Going to do them one by one and make use of the road cranes more effectively. At least one construction task left, so I guess we can upgrade this one next. I will separate that into multiple sections though. Minus 22 degrees already. Sheesh. I mean, the snowplows, these ones seem pretty good for dirt. Don't seem too bad. What's the capacity of the water substation? It says 20 cubic meters, so it only needs the small water pipe that can deliver 26 cubic meters? No. It is what it can hold, but it can deliver as much water as you want to surrounding buildings. The internal water capacity is what a delivery can hold, a building can hold if a water truck delivers to it. So if you deliver 12 cubic meters, there's 8 cubic meters left. If you have a running water pipe connected though, then this is not the throughput, this is just the internal storage. It's like, if you compare it to oil, for example, even if you have a 90-ton oil tank, you can still push more than 90 tons of oil per day through that pipe. So it doesn't matter what size this building is. What matters is how much water you put into it. It depends on what you need. Like, you can run a big pipe to it if you don't have any money issues. Big pipes can support more water pressure. If you have a lot of residential buildings next to it, then it might make sense. Each building has a certain amount of water consumption. This one can at most consume 7 cubic meters of water a day, but usually you can calculate with like a third of that, because 1/3 of the day people are at work, the other third they're sleeping, and then the last third they're maybe at home doing stuff. Well, I guess that counts as the sleeping time, but the other third they're like out and around and visiting other buildings. So this one would consume about like 2 to 3 cubic meters a day. Hello Zadalier, thank you very much for the raid. Let me test my new shoutout command. It's working. Hello Nico Girl, thank you, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone, I'm the Sprite. I've recently started a new run. We are currently playing on the Siberia map and trying our hands on a particular challenge for that map, which means that everything I wanted to export has to be produced by prison labor. How are you doing, Sadalier? Are you finally 1960-ish on your map? Or still shortly before that? You started a new run on a randomized jungle map. Ah, okay. Okay, new run. Got it. But what date are you on? Is it an early start or is it a normal run? What have you planned? Early start. Got it. Makes sense. Buildings without drinking water would not say, it would say bad water quality, or water has low quality if it is that issue. But you do need a water pump to pressurize the water inside the water pipe, otherwise it will not go through. So you will have to have your water source through a water pump. Large pipes I always use a big water pump. And then wherever you want to go. You can also pump it into a water tower and then let it trickle down from the water tower itself through like switches. Because the water tower also creates water pressure. But if it just says it doesn't have enough water, then you might also be lacking water pressure. Which you can see in this view. If this says 0, then you don't have any water pressure. Okay. Jungle map. Any particular challenges for the jungle map you have set yourself? Anything you want to do? $1900 start, so are you restricting yourself again by like what you can export, that it has to be produced by yourself from the beginning, or are you maybe considering a low-tech challenge? Can I interest you in a low-tech challenge? Just the usual, this time hopefully not ending in a death spiral. Ah, okay. That is also what could happen with us, I guess. I'm really interested to see if we can learn things about the prison system. The last time I interacted with the prison system was to learn about how to not get into a crime death spiral. You use the research point system though. Oh, nice. That is cool. So yeah, probably not gonna finish the settlement this year, like not have people move in. It's gonna be risky with the temperatures. It is gonna be so cold. The way I will check it is how it will look like when the heating plant is running. I guess maybe I should do that right now, see if we have enough heating. But then again... I want to run some workers to the heating plant and see if we can bolster the internal temperature of the buildings. I don't know. Started with a nice iron node near your customs. Okay. Iron mine, enough workers, and then maybe a single train line to the border. Should be doable. The question is if you will be able to get that many people in a settlement to run an iron mine, I guess. in the 1900 start with, I guess it's going to be a challenge to build up the iron mine in the first couple of years. But that sounds like a good reason to build up a train line very early to export that coal, that iron, I mean. Half a map away? Oh, I thought the small customs house might... Oh, right, the small one, not the medium one with the rail connection. Well then, I don't know if the iron node is going to be that helpful, because exporting iron by horse cart seems kinda painful and slow. Maybe you have a waterway nearby, I don't know. Not sure if there are large capacity water, like ships for you to run that route. So we'll send the meat to the refrigerated storage, and then I will try to use one of the covered hull trucks to send food directly to the refrigerated storage and see if it pushes over the factory connection. 40-ton boats. Okay. That doesn't sound too bad. How's the Gulag? We just started today. Our first Gulag building is going to be this one. And we will try and run a clothing factory, and then we will see if we can make money or if I have to adapt my strategy. I also have set up a logging camp, but I can assign a prison bus to it, so apparently we can run the logging camp with prisoners. And I will have to wait until I have prisoners before I start producing wood and exporting that as well. Oh, well, it's not looking bad. We're building very slowly. Only spent like 400,000 so far. We got a lot of steel as a construction material saved up here. I don't think I will set up a warehouse for the clothing factory. I'll just go clothing factory into the local store and then export the rest. So that it will drive here and then export. And hopefully we have enough. But yeah, the first goal right now is to see if we can break even or make a bit of profit. And if it works, then the whole operation is a go and we can start expanding. Involuntary labor, yes. You know from experience. I know it. I remembered it for the sawmill. I didn't remember it for the logging camp itself. %10 meat is going to be fine. I don't want that much meat in here, otherwise it's gonna eat a lot of electricity. So now we're gonna just build up everything one by one, make sure we don't assign too many tasks, otherwise we're not gonna have enough road cranes. And if we feel like everything is looking good, we can set up some permanent infrastructure for it. Gravel roads are already up, which is nice. And I want a gravel road at least to the heating plant, just so we can have resource deliveries happen a little bit faster. The snowplows should focus almost exclusively on the gravel road during winter. But they can also do dirt roads, it's not that much of a big deal. Only have about 50 degrees Celsius colder temperatures in December than you did. Yes. As far as I know, it can go down to -46 I've seen on someone's stream. Maybe it can be colder than that, I don't know. I could move people in now, technically. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I think like after winter or like early next year when the coldest part of the winter is over, we might throw on the heating plant and then bring in some citizens. Shopping centers up. I think it's time to test the theory with the direct delivery of food. I want to see if this works, because then I can use the food refrigerated storage combo in the future. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, I guess. We'll have to use distribution offices for both of them. Or like a direct route delivering to the shopping center, but I would like to try and avoid that. I hope this works. Snow-covered gravel, 21 kilometers an hour. Normal dirt is 25, so yeah, even without snowplows. I might just go for gravel without snowplows. Like, this is fine for me. I don't have to have super fast roads here. Okay, uphill it's a little bit slower, it looks like. But gravel roads with a few snowplows is also quite nice. Especially once we have fire trucks set up. I need 2 technical services. I'll set up one here, I guess. This one's gonna be for large waste trucks. And then we'll have one for small waste trucks. Small waste trucks deliver their only mixed waste to this garbage storage. And a large waste truck can go directly to the border with mixed waste and or hazardous waste. We only need one large truck for that. And then our other waste truck will wait until loaded on the storage, hauling the mixed waste away. Too many road maintenance vehicles will eat into the profit margins of the gulags. Exactly. We have to be a little bit more vigilant about our profit margins. Okay, so food delivery over factory connection for refrigerated storage does not work, unfortunately, so this is a no-go. That's a shame. So we'll have to stick with distribution offices. Probably a local warehouse. I think warehouses on this map are going to be very important because I do not want to maintain high quality road everywhere. I want to maybe slowly develop a train track, but every settlement is basically going to have its own resource storage. Maybe we'll set up the resource storage next to the clothing factory, but I really don't want too much like fabric or clothing stored inside it. But we could have it here, I guess. Drinking water is set up. Garbage container storages they can build because they don't need road cranes for those. The monuments will be built by local citizens. We'll see. Am I forgetting anything? Kindergarten. I'm forgetting the kindergarten. We'll build this next to the prison. It only makes sense. So kindergarten I definitely forgot. Don't think I'm forgetting anything else, but as I said, we'll see. It's a shame you can't use prisoners for construction work. Yeah, I did write a suggestion at some point that it should be possible to just assign a construction office to a prison, and then they would go to the prison to pick up prisoners for construction work, which would be quite cool. But I don't think it has high priority. Maybe it'll appear at some point. It would be kind of cool. Would be thematic, especially for like road construction or something. That would then be the evolution of the Gulag run. You have to use prisoners for construction work after the first settlement. Yeah, we might set up the logging around the prison as well. This might have to move. But then we can plan it with a sawmill in mind. Bring two prisoners to the sawmill and then bring the other ones to the logging camps. If we can set it up, then maybe we can plan it in mind with like 3 logging camps feeding into a sawmill. But I would like to wait and see what the price of wood does first. So I don't want to pump out large amounts of wood and boards and then have the market crash. Make the prisoners make the prison. Yes, that is the goal. That would be the goal, if it was possible, yeah. Okay, so this one will store hazardous waste. Let this gas station run empty, then we can plan on upgrading these roads. This one we can do once we get the resource storage away from here, I think. Because then we can run the road through this area. But we can upgrade all the way up to this point, and then I guess we can also upgrade this road by just drawing a bypass road around this area. Somewhere here. But we're not in a hurry to upgrade anything further right now. They never built in escape routes, right? No. Commissars would be watching them closely, so that would not happen. This couldn't happen at all. No chance. Minus 39 degrees. Minus 42. Minus 46, so I would like to have one. Let me get one extra bus. Just for testing. We'll bring some workers to the heating plant. I want to see what the heating tank looks like. I'm guessing large fields are a bit of a no-go in the Siberia map. Probably. I don't know. With mechanisms, it might be doable. I mean, you can finish sowing and finish harvesting one field pretty quickly. You just probably need a lot more mechanisms to get it done fairly quickly. Okay, let's see what the heating does for us. Heating is going to be very important. I want to see if the heat water tanks are manageable with what we have set up so far. There's going to be a bunch more buildings that need to be built, which will require more heating, but if we can get to over 50 on the heat water tank, I would be happy. We're still in the negative. We're still heating up the buildings, or trying to at least. We need a constant feed of workers here, otherwise this is just going to crash and burn very, very quickly. As soon as we drop below 50, people are going to have issues. But at least the small heating plant has a lot of extra heating capacity. Like the heat water tank doesn't cool down very quickly. But yeah, a single microbus is not going to run a heating plant for us. We need a constant stream of workers into this building. We need to be over 0 degrees during winter at all times, otherwise people start freezing and dying. Could probably run the Siberia a bit like the Frostbank map. Yes, probably. Okay, we're at over 50, which looks okay, but it's still struggling staying over 0. Jesus. Okay, 10 degrees. Seems okay. We might have to get the medical university and research the improvement to resistance against cold. I might also have to set up a heat exchanger here, because even with 60 cubic meters in the heat water tank, these buildings are struggling like crazy. So apparently we have to be very, very high. I might have to set up a heat exchanger, just to distribute heating more closely. I don't remember what they were called in Frostpunk, but yeah. We have to set up some steam buildings to extend our building capacity, I guess. I wonder if it would be funny to run the pipes above ground and see how much heat they lose. Poor above ground heat pipes, nobody likes them anymore. Well, they lose heating quite quickly, it feels like. They're faster to set up. They might be useful on Asia and desert map because they're cheaper, but I think on this map we have to go with efficiency. Wait a minute, this one, yeah, mechanical components. 50 meters, 2 tons and 0.24. 2.4 tons and 0.28 tons, so they are way more expensive now. Heating in Asia? Yeah, maybe. Why not? Couldn't hurt. So the prisoners would go prison bus, one into the logging camp, the rest into the heating plant, and then if there's any access, go into the clothing factory on the return trip. And then there's going to be one prison bus constantly feeding people into the clothing factory. If it's with cold water, maybe. I guess the Asia map doesn't need it, but the desert map has some cold nights, and even the Asia map has some that are a little bit colder, I guess. So heating wise, in general, as long as it's close enough and constantly running, it might be fine, but yeah, I want to have some extended heating capacity, so it will be in range of the heating plant plus the additional heat water tanks of the heat exchangers, I guess. See if that is enough to run this. It's so annoying that this doesn't work. Oh well. But yeah, we'll have like a warehouse somewhere that we fill with food. Meat is going to be directly connected. That is fine. They can pick that up from here. Because even if the factory connection is pretty slow, they don't pick up that much meat from it anyway. The warehouse would be a shared like responsibility between the clothing production and the storage of food. And yeah, clothing will handle with a dedicated vehicle, I think, into the warehouse. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Not a lot of transportation happening right now. Guess we could upgrade this road. I'll wait until winter is over, I think. This bypass road is a little bit long. And it will affect our ability to fight fires in this area, so I don't want to risk it unnecessarily. But yeah, I guess once the heat exchanger is up, we might be able to have people move in. We'll just make sure that this building always has coal, so we'll assign a dedicated large dump truck to it. Could use a faster one now that we have a gravel road, but just because of the capacity and the large customs house makes me want to use a large dump truck. So it's a little bit more efficient. While it's loading slowly at the customs house, more vehicles can enter and exit at the same time. Haven't seen a fire yet. Maybe it's too cold for a fire. Famous last words. Barely dropped below 20 Celsius in the first winter for you. Okay, well, I think it's not always the same each winter, so I think there might be colder and hotter ones, but I might be mistaken. I only tested the Asia map briefly when the Biomes DLC was available to me on stream, and I haven't visited the desert map at all, so I couldn't tell. But I did watch someone stream and they had cold nights during the desert. During the desert run. Yep. So yeah, we should be ready to move people in, I think, sometime in like May, June. During that time, we can still deliver all the necessary resources to the construction of the prison. Hopefully. This is gonna be too short. I don't think so. It is, okay. Really? Is this because of the power line or something? Sometimes the hitboxes are really, really annoying. Yep. Oh, I'm sure they know. I'm sure they know. Why wouldn't they? Oh, this is annoying. This is annoying. I might tear down the power line to rebuild this. This is kinda annoying me way more than it should. Technically, it's like a residential building with a lot of facilities already included. Something that improves happiness, culture, enjoyment. If you think about it, this is like a, yeah, it's like a housing complex. It's gonna be fine. Hello, Sir Shafuin. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We still have to check if every building has like a waste storage attached to it, those that need it. So far it looks okay. The heating plant doesn't need one. Okay, I mean, I think the settlement is ready to be moved into, if it isn't too cold. Once the heat exchanger is ready, I guess we'll try and run the heating plant again. And see if that distributes heating a little bit more effectively. Maybe it's more effective to run heating to a heat exchanger than trying to heat it directly. Even though you would assume that a heat exchanger and the delivery of heating to it loses some heat. But it does have its own heat water tank, so I don't know. Maybe this can transfer heating more effectively, especially if it's closer to other buildings. We do not want people to freeze, we want people to work while living in a prison. No freezing. No freezing people unless absolutely necessary. Alright. Delivery location is now going to be the bus stop instead. And from the bus stop we're only going to send people to the heating plant and fire station. And if we get enough heating, enough temperature inside the residential buildings, like 20 degrees I would like, then we'll move people in. Everything colder than that would be dangerous. Lots of resource delivery still necessary for the prison. Let's prioritize the police station and the courthouse. Finish those ones off. That way we can upgrade one road section piece by piece while the delivery vehicles or whatever can drive around it if they wanted to, like in both directions technically. Kindergarten almost ready. We don't need any more deliveries here. Even if those people can't finish the construction, as soon as people move in, they'll walk onto the construction site and finish it, so that's fine. Okay, now we'll wait for the first delivery of workers to start the heating plant up again. Heat exchanger is ready. It doesn't have power supply, only the power connection. I did not pay attention to that. Oh, never mind, we don't need it. We just have to wait for this power line to be done. I did pay attention to it, but I did destroy the power connection, so right now the heating plant isn't even working. But the construction of this will be done very quickly. Maybe we need a second heating plant. We're gonna be not able to test this right now, so this is also gonna be a test with the lives of our people during next winter, I guess. We might have to set up a second heating plant on short notice. There we go, electricity is back. It's only 20 degrees negative, not 45, so this is not 100% of a test, but we can see how far up we can get. And at what temperature we have like a reasonable internal temperature. Maybe if we provide constant heating. Oh yeah, constant heating does put us over 0 degrees even with a 40 degrees Celsius internal heat water tank, so we should be okay. As long as we can run the heating at full efficiency. This is struggling a lot already. Oh boy, this is struggling at minus 20 degrees. At minus 40, this is not... no. I think we will need a second heating plant, probably. Maybe. Maybe once it's like fully heated, maybe it can hold. I don't know. If this was a normal map, I would say, oh, we have so much heating, we can expand like loads, but I don't know. Anyway, I think we can move people in now. I do reckon maintaining heat takes less effort than heating up the water. Yes, probably. But also, the heating plant might undergo maintenance at some point, and then it will only work at 70% efficiency. And if that happens during winter, that's going to be dreadful. So maybe I need to set up my buildings to be maintained at like 20%, so we maintain them early and often. So maintenance takes way less time. But yeah, we have a lot of heating capacity here now, so I don't know. Our first settlement is up. It has over 200 people, and it has its own food supply, so we technically have our first research point. Let me go to my Excel table and prepare a new page where I will keep track of our research points. I guess I can just make it a, this is Mega City 1 and this is a new tab for Gulag. Okay, no technologies, first settlement. I said I wanted to go for the resource map overlay, because we could find oil nearby and then maybe extract that. So the potential is, the possibility is oil as a technology, like the resource overlay. I don't want to extract resources that I can't see. The worker, we need a construction office up here. We need one spare construction office. Well, we need to relocate the construction office up here to run with our domestic workforce and have the road cranes auto assign themselves to construction work. Because right now the workers are building up the construction sites without mechanisms, and that is kinda abysmal. Yearly maintenance during every other summer, yeah. We might have to like maintain that like manually for some time to make sure we can trigger the maintenance at that point. Yeah, I guess we'll try and survive during one winter and see how the heating looks. We still have the prison to build, a police station, a courthouse, and we have to make sure that these are working fine. Okay. Do I stop bringing in foreign workers? I think I do. So you can run one more route and then go to a depot. In case of an emergency, we will have to have them on short call, like standby, for when I need them again. So you're going to end your route here, and then I can trigger you in case I need you again. We'll reduce the amount of firefighters a little bit to like 10. I might assign the housing complex to go and send workers to the heating plant at all times. Gulag punk. No, no. This is just Gulag. No Gulag punk. This is proper Gulag. One road crane each, very nice. And then after that you can take care of the clothing factory and the prison. Gulag. Oh. Cool as Gulag. No. No. We're not going to try and put a hipster spin on it. That's not going to happen. Sure, let me know if anything is missing in these. Not a lot of workers here. Students should be preferred based on education. If we have the situation that we do not have enough students, I also need to decrease the amount of workers inside the school. We don't need that many here. That's fine. This seems okay. Okay, let's get settled in. I completely forgot like adjusting the maximum amount of workers in buildings, because in Mega City you just place it down, hope that it has enough capacity. But now we place it down and hope that we have enough workers for it. I might build an attraction building, like one of these that require like a specific outdoor temperature to work. Maybe I have to build like something like a gallery of the art, just so they can get like an attraction done throughout the year and deal with their desire for culture and spirituality. Police station is almost done, same for the courthouse, and then we'll have to make some adjustment to the sentences. We still need the prison though. All right. This is the plan. This will be the plan. We still need the prison though. And if we don't get enough prisoners, we also crank up the sentences for minor crimes. This is going to be our slider to manage how many prisoners we want. But I think medium and serious crime people, they knew what they were doing. First winter is gonna, like, after this, the first winter with people is gonna be interesting. Don't have any extra workers yet, so we barely have enough to run our existing facilities. But this might change once we get prisoners, because then we can run, for example, the heating plant with prisoners. I don't think we can run the fire station with prisoners. That would be interesting, but I don't think that works. No. Heating plant works, the clothing factory will work. Logging camp. We have to wait until loaded, otherwise we're just driving around wasting fuel. All buildings are assigned to a water tank, sewage tank, and electricity and waste storage, otherwise they would show up in green if something is missing. So that is fine. We might have extra workers once the construction tasks for the prison are done, but not really, because then all the workers are just going to end up inside the prison. The cool thing is going to be that, well, cool if you think about it, all the extra workers will go into the prison, And we need to build houses to make sure that we have enough workers inside the prison. And if all of our settlements are like full, then once the prisoners get released, don't they just go into like they have to leave the Republic, right? Because there's no housing available for them. So even if they were to have high criminality, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Finish the prison first, clothing factory second. Still winter, it's April. Okay. Hello, Mega Monkey. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream? You've been streaming for a very long time today. Woo! I guess I can give as many people shoutouts now as I want, which is kind of cool. Since I activated those messages, we can throw out shoutouts as much as we want. It was very unproductive? Awesome. But did you have a lot of fun with it? That is the question. Did you have fun? You've been rambling about upgrade infrastructure for 2 hours now. I gotta catch up on your VOD. Fun productive. Yes, fun productive. Well, you know what we are doing. We're on the Siberia map. We're building up our Gulag run. I don't know if the heating is gonna be enough to last us through winter, but we'll see. It seems like it might. We're at 66% capacity for all buildings with our heating infrastructure. So, we'll see. You said you weren't going to start until the weekend? I said I was going to start at some point this week when I felt good. And I'm feeling pretty good today because I slept until like 2 PM being sick, and then I felt okay again. Klassiker. Exactly. So we're slightly over capacity. If we were planning with 50% capacity... Oh no, wait, we are fine. We have 66 cubic meters, but the heating plant has 200, so we can still have more housing here. The prison will take 15, and then I guess we could have 2 more houses also. And then we would be safe and we can check how much we actually have. As long as the heating plant keeps on running. If there's ever a dip in the heating plant, maintenance-wise or anything, we would have a significant issue. Or as Twitch chat might call it, a fun event. We also set up a logging camp, but we realized that we can assign the prison bus route to it, so I assume that we can run this with prisoners, and we have to wait until that one gets built up. The prison, I mean, so we can send prisoners to work in the logging camp. Can you explain it again? Does the heat exchanger affect your heating capacity? I think the heating... I don't know exactly how it works yet. My assumption is that it will provide heating more effectively to the surrounding area, because you can see that next to the heating plant we have 89.8, 88.3, then 86, but then it goes back up from next to the heat exchanger. So I think I can push up the heating in surrounding buildings more effectively than trying to let the heating push itself through the area from the heating plant. So I don't think it extends our heating capacity, but it makes our heating more effective, the one we have. So I guess in a sense it does extend our heating capacity. Food. I should probably assign the food truck to deliver to our grocer, otherwise we're gonna have very cranky people, which we will have. No meat delivery to that building though. I did deliver one delivery manually to the building. I tried to unload the food delivery here and have it go to the grocer, but that didn't work, unfortunately. Otherwise we could have made this work with like this setup and food unloaded here to go into the grocer. But the game doesn't want us to have that, unfortunately. I still want to set up a warehouse to have a local food storage for this village. Tried the same thing with steel unloading through a warehouse into a repair station. Yeah, that one I know. That one I tried too, I think. I mean, it works for a road cargo station, but I guess it doesn't work here. That's a shame. Yeah, we have food. Calm down. We have food. Sufficient food for everyone. Just buy more food this time. Yeah, buy more food. We have shortages, just buy more food. Only compatible resources can flow. Except... what was it? Wasn't there like one exception? Yeah, there was one exception with the cargo train station that can run waste through it. You can load waste at a cargo train station, for example. Even though it doesn't show up as a compatible resource. Why are the resource deliveries so slow? Aren't they just picking up from here and bringing it to that building? Open storage, open storage. I guess they're delivering a lot of bricks. Sure. This building eats so many resources, but this will be our test to see if we can actually start making a profit with a clothing factory and a logging camp. You've been doing that for years in-game, never noticed that waste wasn't on the list. Yeah, true. Here's our setup. Unload waste, less than 6.5 tons, and yeah, we only go to the customs house every now and then. And I did split up my small waste vehicles versus my large container vehicles to make those much more efficient. Logging camp, yes. Still waiting on the prisoners though. Need more boards. Boards, bricks and steel. This is like a building that would benefit from having larger construction office vehicles. Also, we don't really plow the roads back here, I guess. Which is good, slowing things down dramatically. This might be too short. We'll wait until we get the next delivery of alcohol and then disconnect the road connection and build this up in one go, I think. Do we have people waiting to go into a prison? Yes, we do. We have one person with a medium crime. And one prosecution already expired. I guess I could run the prison sentences at 0 until we have the prison set up. Then they just like get no crime, but they don't get stuck in here. Once those free COs are gone, slap another woodcutter next door to border. Yeah. Here I wanted to have like a woodcutting post with a sawmill and then the rail construction office right next to it, because my idea is to build a train into the map and use like gravel roads at most for connecting all the settlements, and then the train would deliver like food and everything else could be delivered by other means because we don't need that much for it. You know how it is. Oh, the snow is gone. The snow is gone. Finally. Siberian Railway. Yes. Exactly. I'll only build up the roads that lead to facilities. We'll probably also build up this road. But yeah, gravel at most and then everything else connected with dirt. It's gonna be super flexible. And demolishing like a gravel road also doesn't take very long. It's still kind of cold. But we are upgrading a road, so there's currently no footpath to the heating plant for the people. Does it rain much? I didn't pay attention. I don't think I saw a lot of rain. But we did have rain once, as a showcase of what winter would be like. When we had dirt roads only and no snowplows or anything. So we had that once. We should be getting our delivery of alcohol soon. It's set to 30%. 10% would be 2, so at 0. Once it drops below 0.6 tons, I guess. Then we can wait for the delivery to arrive, take down this little bit of road section and upgrade this in one go. So we might not get a lot of like construction workers out of this. I will still tell some people to go to the bus stop, which we will need for maintenance. This will get 2 construction offices, small ones to do maintenance, but also a little bit of construction work. But this is not going to be the site for a lot of construction. We have 22% people with higher education. I think I'm going to focus on people with like the highest education levels to get them through as quickly as possible. This will also limit the amount of highly educated citizens we will have. There's already a bunch of 21-year-olds here, which are not going to make it. Unfortunately. But this should prevent us from running out of highly educated citizens. Delivery has been made. Let's unassign it and get the gravel upgrade done here in one go. And yeah, if we ever decide to have like an asphalt road, that would be like a late term project. I'm not gonna set anything up right now because I don't know where the settlements are gonna be. I mean, there's not that much space, but we might develop out this way. We have a power connection here. Developing this way through the mountains maybe. I want to build a lot of settlements. And then maybe find a place where we can have more than one prison and run some larger scale production. So yeah, upgrading it to asphalt would make it permanent. Gravel I don't treat as permanent. This is just to make it like usable during winter. And I guess now we could also decide to not plow dirt roads anymore and just focus our 3 snowplows on asphalt, on gravel roads. Get a gravel road connection up here. We might replace the bus stop with a permanent one. Not sure yet. This is long enough, good. Oh, I like this. This feels like the village run, but we have to play it that way. I hope we can make a profit. I hope it's sustainable. I mean, as a last emergency measure, we would have to use a waste incinerator and import hazardous waste, I guess. But that feels like, It's like the inverse. Technically, we would be importing to make a profit and would have to incinerate it with prisoners, with prison labor. So I would treat that the same. If I import something that gives us profit, we also have to use prison labor to deal with it. But yeah, waste incinerators are very efficient at that. Doing pretty okay now. I'm gonna upgrade the roads that are like semi-permanent. I mean the settlement, maybe the road through it will be asphalt, but only if there's like another settlement after it. Main infrastructure is either going to be waterways, but mainly railways, I think. And then export we could focus on ships just to make it more efficient, and also to be able to load them like in the middle of the map. But I like snaking railways, and we do have a large customs house. We also have to see what it feels like when we get to winter, I guess. 450-meter passenger train snaking through the tunnel and the bridge around the mountain. 450-meter passenger train on a village map run is unlikely, but resource trains maybe. Hello Sardius, welcome. So yeah, right now we're still trying to figure out what we must do. Like, if it has to come down to like incinerators, we will get like a profit in the beginning, but at some point we also have to figure out another way to make some. It's a tourist train. I don't know if you can pick up tourists from the customs house and just drive them around until they disappear. I think you only get a profit when you are... No, you do get a profit when you load them, I guess. But I guess it would drive down the happiness tourist rating. Is this a new start? Yes. We put Mega City 1 on hiatus until we can deal with the slight stuttering issues that we had. And I did want to run make a Prison Siberia run challenge when the DLC came out. But since Mega City 1 was going and very enjoyable, we postponed that. But since I felt like the lag was getting a little bit much, we've now started a new run. And we're going to try and run a Republic where every resource we trade for a profit at the customs house has to be managed by prison labor, if it can be managed by prison labor. So for example, our logging camp must be run by prisoners to be able to export the logs to the customs house. Our clothing factory needs to be run by prisoners. Jesus Christ, so many raids today. Hello Arsteffen, thank you very much for the raid. Let me give you a new shout out that I can do even though Mega Monkey already used it, because that one is much prettier. How did your workers and resources stream in the desert go? Did you make good progress? Did you have fun? You've been building up an oil field, I know. We finished the game. You're already done? Wow. I'm not that fast. Hello Azarin. Welcome. Nice. Already done. Already achieved everything. Sounds good. No workers needed, but infinite income. Well, at some point you will need workers, be it foreign or domestic, for maintaining your buildings and vehicles. Unless you have those deactivated, I guess. Oil fields. Ruble rolled. That sounds good. Glad to hear it. Well, yeah, it's like, where do you go from now? You need to use the money to expand your population. Like, set yourself a goal. Do you want to make a lot of money per year? Do you want to have a lot of population? You wanted to build Dubai, didn't you? So I guess you already have your goal. Dubai, but instead of like skyscrapers from Dubai, you built a bunch of near-pro flats. No heating or snowplows needed, it's insane. Yeah, desert and Asia maps. I think desert maps has a few days where heating might be useful, but water management I think is more important. Tourism all year, yeah. Or farming, but I guess farming is a little bit limited by the fertility. What year maintenance facility should be built? Road vehicles like 3 to 4 years. 3 years ideally, I think. And then building maintenance, I think in 10 years you should be set up to have it trigger. So yeah, 1963 is when I will set up and run our repair station. Probably set it up next year. There's our prison. That means now prison sentences are back on the menu. There we go. And we have to deliver some resources to the prison. Vehicles use a repair station, which you find under the road menu. This building is used for road vehicles, trains, metros, ships, etc. Any vehicle basically. And if you want to repair something that is not a road vehicle, you have to build it close to a parking space of another type of building. So for example, a ship dock or a train station, like a train end station or a train depot. For building repairs, you just need construction officers. They drive around and do maintenance, reconstruction work, or machine replacement. Enjoy your food, Stefan. Thank you again for the raid. And yes, let's talk about Victoria 3 sometime this week. Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll see. Hopefully no heavy criminals though. Hopefully we survive throughout winter. Okay, we are getting highly educated people now, which is good. Still at 69, but this number should go up, even though it's nice. We currently don't have anyone building up the clothing factory, because no one can reach it. But I guess I can make that work by like limiting our prison wardens for now, so the extra people go to the bus stop and then get picked up by the construction officers. Could also give them a footpath, I guess. But I don't want to taint our clothing factory with regular workers. After this is set up, we will not import clothing anymore, just fabric, and then bring the clothing from here into the shopping center, I guess. The first fire. Heat exchanger. Having a fire in a heat exchanger is also going to be really dangerous during winter. Like minus 45 degrees, suddenly the heat exchanger catches fire and boom, there's no redundancy. If you don't set it up right. Like we do have redundancy because we have the heating plant and the heat exchanger in range. But if the heating plant catches fire, that is like deadly. Are you importing prisoners? We can't import prisoners, I don't think. There's no way to load prisoners at the border, I don't think so. We only can run with our own prisoners that we create. And right now I'm waiting for some people to commit a crime so we can get some prisoners. And once we have our first prisoner, we can hopefully run our first prison bus route. Let me see if that works for the prison as well. If I give 2 loading commands and then 1 command into the logging camp, heating plant. The prison bus should wait inside the prison until it has someone to pick up. It's going to flip between those 2 orders basically and not leave the prison until it does. If it behaves the same as a bus. Don't want to do that with too many buses, but the singular bus that always goes a far distance to a logging camp might benefit from this. So we're going to occupy 1 loading station now, and this one is going to wait until we get our first prisoner basically ready for work. It's like a neat trick that just happens because of how the simulation works, I guess. But if you had like 2 buses that were doing this, then you would block both of these and there couldn't be any more delivery of food, clothing or meat. Which in the prison is not that important, because if you don't have prisoners in here, then you don't need food, water or clothing. But if you do have prisoners, then these vehicles would move out of the way regularly. Only 2 loading unloading spots, yeah, it's a shame. Will having vehicles help the police arrest criminals? You do need police cars, otherwise they do not drive to crime sites to investigate them. So if you don't give them police vehicles, you will not find criminals. As soon as there's a crime committed somewhere and someone calls the police, they send out a police vehicle to investigate, and the crime will be assigned to the police station for investigation. Once the investigation is done and they have a prime suspect, it goes over to the courthouse and they will judge on the evidence that has been presented. Criminals don't just turn themselves in? Unfortunately not, no. They don't do that. Clothing factory is done. Now we have unemployment because children. Always those anti-communist, well, socialist children, preventing honest women from working. We already have over 12 children, so I guess we can run this at full capacity and not really care about it. But yeah, basically waiting on the first prisoners now. I also have to consider researching loyalty, because I want to boost my loyalty, I think. Right now it still is very high, but this is gonna go down after the immigration has settled in. Once we reach like 30% highly educated workers, I guess since we have like extra workers, let's run this at like higher amounts and try and push through some students through the education process. Would be nice if we can boost our highly educated workers up a bit. Hello Hensley, welcome. Oh, minor crime. I need a prisoner, so you're gonna be in prison for a while. I guess I can keep all of the sentences up very high until I like have issues with population or something. So full prison sentences for any type of crime, if they are guilty, and they are. That means our prison bus has now found first prisoner, and our logging camp will finally start working. It's our first industry for profit, I guess. So they are now going to cut down trees, ready for transport. We can get some trucks. And then one truck to run the export. Could use a distribution office for it, but I like my dedicated routes, I guess. And this is made by only prison laborers, so we can run it for export. Cursed in public, straight to jail for life. We can only have it for 25 years. I can't get loyalty above 40 even with big monuments. No, 40% is the limit with monuments. If you want more loyalty, you will have to invest in radio or TV. Or in loyalty boosting through education, but even with that one I only managed to get to like 44-45%. It's pretty tough. I don't know what they were sentenced for, but I think it was throwing a gum wrapper on the ground, so I think it is like a legit sentence. They got loaded immediately. Very nice. Extra workers. I wish we could bring them to the clothing factory. I could say that we produce clothing now and use it domestically so that I don't have to import clothing, but I guess if people become unemployed, then maybe they're more likely to commit crimes, so we'll see. Jail for throwing gum is a Singapore. Yeah. Okay. Wood production is a go with the prisoners. First income, 121 rubles. Maybe I should set up the sawmill here. We're in the money. Not quite. We're working on it. I guess I did already set it up to export from here, so might as well let the trucks do it. Do we have any gravel nearby? Does this count as gravel? It does. Very high quality of gravel. Could have a prison bus carry workers up to a gravel quarry and export that too, I guess. Nah, we should run our clothing factory first. We have so many people. Stone crushing, a gulag, yes. If I want to export it, I have to use that. If I want to use it domestically, I can also just like run it with an excavator. But any gravel created with an excavator cannot be sent to the customs house. So I have to segregate the resources that are produced by prison labor versus the resources that are produced domestically with machinery. Hand polished gravel. Oh god. It's like those aquarium stones that you find that are very shiny. That's what we're producing. So we're making a little bit of profit. 600 so far. It is a constant flow, it's not too bad. Of course, realistically we want to have the clothing factory running. Come on people, commit crimes. I should probably hook up the... Oh god, really? Oh, it does work. I saw it. I saw it, I saw it, I saw it. There was... Oh, there it is, got it. Okay, save. We need more prisoners. We don't need a large population, but we need more prisoners. So, I think we're going to set up an orphanage. Two benefits for the orphanage in our situation is going to be when prisoners go to prison and if they have children, usually the children get lost somehow in the system. If we have an orphanage, that wouldn't happen. Other benefit is if we don't give the orphans what they need inside the orphanage, then they would also grow up criminal. The youth job orienteering facility, yes. Green number, green number. We haven't imported anything yet. First profit. Let's see how much we make per month, and then see how much we can lower our expenses. Let's not look at the number when it goes away. We had a green number. That's all that matters. But yeah, right now I'm like testing the waters with logging, see if the wood prices go up, stay stable, or go down. There's no real reason to overinvest into wood exports yet. I have to see how the market reacts over time. We could do the same for quarried stone. Like, do we need electricity for a quarry that is run by prisoners? I don't think so. We only need that to refuel vehicles inside the quarry. But yeah, clothing factory first, I think. But also send out some quarried stone eventually, just to see if the gravel prices go up or go down. That would be interesting. If the iron and coal prices explode, we would have to set up like mines rather quickly, because we will not be easily able to produce our own steel, which would also be affected by that price change. Unless I decide to go for steel recycling and import like hazardous waste and then sort it. Let me do one test. We have not done the test yet of what type of waste we have at the customs house here, because each customs house has a different type of waste. Let's load mixed waste and find out. And then sell it back. But I want to see what the mixture is of the waste. If there's a lot of aluminium scrap or metal scrap in it, then it would make sense to maybe set up a recycling process. We don't necessarily have to do that like with incineration. It's just construction waste in here. And fertilizer. We can't get the fertilizer out. Ash, other waste, fertilizer is wasted, and then it's a bunch of construction waste. So it would be like pretty much wasted for us. That's a shame. So no real good materials on this customs house for us. Unless I care about construction waste. If we import construction waste and then run it through like a waste separation facility and then a gravel recycling facility, I guess we could make some material back. But yeah, not that great. Especially all the fertilizer inside is probably going to increase the cost of that material. It's only going to be good for like burning. Get the fertilizer by reducing to ash and fertilizer and let it sit out the ash. Well, I can't. Yes, I guess I can do that. But there was other waste in there too, and other waste does not go away at all. Like, other waste just sticks around endlessly. It feels like the same as like burnable waste, which is like wood or something. Doesn't really rot away. Does take forever, it feels. Two prisoners. We doubled our prison population. Gotta be careful now. Houses are full. We have 30 21-year-olds without their own flat. Maybe they'll commit a crime or something. I don't know. But yeah, before I build more housing, I have to check out what the situation is like during winter. For the opening of the orphanage, we will deliver them their resources. Like, we could undersupply the tutors, we could not give them any food or clothing, which would basically increase their criminality. Right now what I want to do is I want to keep as many people around as possible. When someone gets incarcerated in the prison, I would like for them to not lose the children. But yeah, this would be a way to boost criminality if at some point we want to do that. Orphanage grand opening. Come lose your children's here. I think it's more like bring your parents to work kind of day deal, but let's not get too dark, I guess. So yeah, this will have to wait until we actually get some criminals being prosecuted that have children. So first one got prosecuted right now. We have 3 prisoners. They did not have a child, so there's no child in the orphanage care now. Some prisoners make their way to the heating plant, I guess, every now and then, because the prison bus... Oh no, I need another prison bus now. I need another prison bus. Because we finally have the situation where I have more prisoners than I might be able to load. Okay. Wait here until you get a prisoner and then bring them to the clothing factory. And that way we supply our clothing factory and our logging camp with prisoners. Hopefully. It's gonna be the beginning. We will need larger, higher capacity vehicles, for sure. I might want to upgrade this road. This is painful to watch. Especially if there's a fire here, this would be very painful. But I guess rain doesn't happen that often, so it's fine. Oh yeah, and I should probably also bring fabric to the clothing factory, otherwise the prisoner isn't doing anything. That's the wrong distribution office. This one. We will not import clothing anymore. We will load when we have more than 50%. Otherwise we will still import clothing if we need to. So hopefully this works. Need more prisoners. %60 productivity. Very nice. If we realize that during winter we're dropping to negative 40 degrees Celsius and it's fine with heating, we will build up another house. I think we can have at least 2 more houses. They only consume 10 cubic meters, which would put us at 104 cubic meters consumption, which is about half capacity of the heating plant itself. So I think that should be manageable. And then we would have to check, like, each house we add on top of that, we would have to be careful and check. Protecting our large investment with the prison and the clothing factory by upgrading the road, I think, is the easiest thing we can do. One crime was not patrolled. Oh, another prisoner. It's starting. No chance for minor criminals. We're taking all of them in. I came back from physio and have 4 Brightshot streams open. Thank you. Everyone rated me, apparently. We're starting to have prisoners now, and things are beginning to run slowly. Gulag number 1, exactly. We already got Kanadova Kristina Andreevna, who threw a gum wrapper on the ground and got sentenced for 23.8 years. Timoshenko Nyusha Timorovna, who sneezed with a commissar in range, 21.5 years. Rodin Ivan Timofeyevich, 20 years for sitting cross-legged on a public bench. And then Maniakina Nymphadora Selovodovna, who got 27 years for the significant crime of leaning against a door and leaving a fingerprint, like a handprint. Already prison duration on full level? Of course. We don't have enough prisoners and we need to start making money, so. Our prison buses are waiting for prisoners to become available. They're very excited. Not a lot of prisoners right now. Justice for the door, yeah. It was very easy to sentence them because they left like evidence at the crime scene, like the whole handprint was there, so that's why they got such a large sentence. I don't know if it would have been faster building up this gravel road immediately as gravel, or if what we did was fine. Maybe building up the gravel road right away would have been faster. But I wasn't sure if it was going to be set up that way, so... Oh, not enough work time. 2 work days. Yeah, I mean, with such a small settlement, I need to cram as many people into the prison as possible. So, high prison sentences sound reasonable. I don't know if I want to try and work on... Oh, we have our first child, so we did save someone from losing their children. I think if they get released from prison when the child is still under orphanage care, they take the child back under their own care. But with a prison sentence of 20 years, I don't think that's going to be possible. It's still illegal to walk on the cracks of the pavement. Yes, you have to jump over the cracks. If you touch with the crack, like with the middle of your boot, you're guilty. You're sentenced to prison. But we don't have any cracks on the pavement. We don't have any pavement yet, so people are safe. Should I turn our children into alcoholics? This child has an alcohol addiction rate of 100%. 5 years old. 95% criminality. That's like Rabinovich, Edita Stefanovna. The worst criminal ever. Like they're getting the bottle, but the bottle is full of alcohol. Jesus. They're so impressionable. To the prison with the child, yeah. They're gonna be released from the orphanage, go out on the street and be like, oh, right this way. Oh, this entrance though, with the police car. Okay, let's try boosting criminality a bit. Like, they're gonna be... They might commit like 2-3 serious crimes and then they're gonna be in prison for life, basically. Until they escape. 96% criminality, still going up. 0% loyalty though. And 100% alcohol addiction. But there's no alcohol in prison. It's gonna be horrendous for them. What if I do alcohol addiction here too? I don't know. I must not. We must reduce criminality for people inside prisons. I can't have the prisons be part of the crime spiral. That is not going to happen. This is fine. If someone goes to prison, criminality should be low. Unless I might get an escape wave and suddenly I have like a nation full of 100% criminals killing everyone. Which would be kind of funny, but also not ideal. Okay, so we made about 3,000 last month, 1,400 so far this month. This turned dark fast. It is a Gulag run. What do you expect? I'm going to create a work camp. This is fun, says the German. No, I said I'm making a Gulag, not a work camp. We only have a logging camp and a clothing factory. There's no work camp. I haven't decided on where to build the gravel quarry yet. Also, we don't have the population to run them efficiently. We call it different, so it's fine. We just remove the space between one word or and the other word, and then it's a single word, and it's fine. Oh Jesus Christ, guys! Come on, don't overdo it. Like, let's not slide too much into. I knew this was going to happen. I knew that we might run into the issue that if Ein Deutscher versucht hier ein Arbeitslager aufzubauen, that we would run into such an issue, but come on, guys. Know the limits. We will not be doing anything weird. We're just trying to make a profit here. Like, it's like in the United States. It's a for-profit prison, alright? It's fine. It's a for-profit prison in a very cold area. We're just saving on air conditioning is what we're doing. So we're already at 0 degrees in September. December, January is when we need to check our heating, see if it's fine. If it is, we will build more residential buildings. Right now the lack of housing might drive some people to crime and go to prison. 5 prisoners already. I'll up the number of wardens. Can't believe I'm just like giving out children inside the orphanage just booze. 98% criminality. That child is going to go, it's going to like 1st grade and it's going to murder everyone. Oh my god. What if I prevent the people from the orphanage to go to the school? What if they can't get to the school from the orphanage? They're gonna be released with 100% criminality, no education, so they can't go and work in any buildings where they could cause trouble. This is like a RimWorld but historic, oh Jesus. Like if we can make people very criminal, but prevent them from having an education, then even if they escape from prison, they can't suddenly start working as like prison guards or in the education system. So that way we could prevent them from, except causing more crime, be an issue to all of our other facilities. They wouldn't cause any problems. So I need a way to prevent them from getting to the school, which I guess I can do, because I guess I can just put a no pedestrian sign here, and then no one from the orphanage can go anywhere. They will just get their food, clothing, meat and alcohol, and they will love it, but no education for them. This is like really cruel right now, but we'll see what happens. 100% criminality, 100% alcohol addiction. No education. School time, nothing happening. No school. They should be at home, yeah. No school time for them. This kid has it rough, yeah. And the parent is in prison. Already served 1.2 years. Working in that logging camp currently. Jesus Christ, they're chopping down trees fast. Well, a single person is chopping down trees fast. Oh, we made a profit last month. For real, we made a profit. It is profitable. It will work. What is amazing. If the price holds, yeah. Goulash. But let's not kid ourselves. We still have to set up a repair station. Building maintenance will kick in. So we have to drive up the profits, of course. But 760 rubles worth of profit is pretty good. We are not streaming Goulash to buy. I wish I was though. So yeah, we have to set up a repair station. We can also run a repair station with prisoners, but yeah, we need more prisoners basically. Jesus Christ, this is cruel. This is so cruel. They have no belief in God. They're addicted to alcohol. They will be a criminal mastermind when they get released from the orphanage. It is going to be mental. My stream chat is disconnecting and connecting every now and then. Let me bring up my own stream so I can view chat in there and see if there's any issues. With 0.1 education. Yeah, they managed to get to school once, but I stopped them. I stopped them, so they can't go to school anymore. Oh, you mean criminal mastermind? Street smarts. Street smarts. Well, at least like street smarts up to here, but then they can't go any further. So this street smarts. I guess I could try and bring their sports enjoyment up a little bit by giving them a children's playground, which I should do in general for our people living here. Don't give them muscles. Well, let's drop it here between the school and the kindergarten, I guess. That's going to be outside of range of the orphanage. There's the EDK. Price of the EDK on release, 85,000. I'm going to buy one right now when it's super cheap. Maybe, yeah. That's super cheap. I'm not going to buy 3. We're not going to build that much track. No. 1 will be enough to maintain. How are we gonna work them in? Yeah, that's true. Needs muscles. Okay, winter is starting. Snow is coming down. It's October. Beginning of October. Save up for the tunnel borer. Yes, I will need a tunnel boring machine. So we gotta make that expense back. We need about slightly over 100 months at current export rate to pay back the investment. But hopefully with a growing prison population that is not going to be an issue. The trucks can't keep up with the wood export. How's the wood price doing? Wood price is holding. Quarried stone seems low, but also holding. Oil price seems going down. It's holding in general. I guess we just hit it in a ditch, but it's also not great. 41, 39. So grain, crops, holding. Coal. It's fine, dropping. I don't see anything on the market yet that is indicating like a significant price increase. Let's bring up the heat water tank and see if we notice anything drastic happen during winter. We can drop down to, I think, 60 and be okay, but I don't think it's gonna be like on a normal map. 60 is fine. I think if we drop to 60 here, then the heating is insufficient. I think I will tell one building to send workers to the heating plant and then the rest anywhere else. So go here, bus stop, heating plant first, then bus stop 0, other buildings 1. So they make sure the heating plant is filled, they go to any other building other than the bus stop next. So they will try and fill all the other buildings first, before then going to the bus stop if it's still necessary. Kindergarten's inaccessible or full. Okay. Can't visit a pub. Spirituality. I don't need passengers waiting here. I don't need to know that. Drink alcohol. Yeah, just wait at home and walk to a kiosk, it's fine. Don't wait at the bus stop and then realize that you can't find what you need. Just wait at home. Everything you want is available. No students, no tourists, just workers. And workers can go anywhere from here, not just the fire station and heating plant. Just make sure that they can't get to the clothing factory. Okay. I should set up a no pedestrian sign. No pedestrian access into this area. Just to make sure no normal workers accidentally work into our clothing factory. Okay, how many highly educated people do we have now? 23%. It went up by 4. Might need a gas station here to make sure the prison bus is always efficient. Okay, below -10, temperatures are still fine. Road connection seems reasonable. We have gravel everywhere, so even if the snow is down, we're still going to be able to drive 20 kilometers an hour. I still need the warehouse to make sure this area has food, even if there's like an interruption in road traffic. But the food consumption is so low. I don't know. I think it still makes sense to have like a warehouse. It just adds to the maintenance, I guess. -20 degrees, heating is holding. It's going down. If we get to -40 and we still have sufficient heating capacity, then one more residential building is going to be okay. We might have the capacity to build a rail construction office here, but realistically I want to make sure we have the workers to run the prison at like enough capacity to run the clothing factory, so I don't know if I can have a rail construction office here. Does the meat store still use power? On other areas when there's negative temperature, yes. A little bit. Probably to make sure the lights are on inside. But it's minimal. But then again, I haven't filled it very much, so it's at 10% capacity and it's using less than 10% of its power demand. I guess it's like maintaining a regular temperature rather than just cooling down to whatever you have as ambient temperature. You don't want it to cool down to -25 and then go back to -8 and so on. Might not be a good thing for the meat that is stored in there. I don't know. Acceptable, yeah. I did not overfill the meat storage. So far I'm pretty okay with, happy with how things are going. Except maybe the orphans, that is kind of cruel, but... Gotta test it. Oh, 1% loyalty. They're coming around to it. They're coming around to it. No loyalty drop for orphans with this setting. That's weird. Does that mean if I build a monument here, we're actually going to gain loyalty? Oh my god. Please. I don't want to build a too large monument, but like a small Lenin statue. Too close doesn't work. Oh my god, we're just setting up that child to fail. 100% criminality, no education. So they can either decide to, as soon as they get released from the orphanage, to get an education, which is going to be a basic education at most. They're not going to get a university education. Or they can just try and do crime, which is what they've been conditioned on doing. Oh man. So mean. I still don't understand how a Gulag run would turn this mean. This facility, this monument has a range of 70 meters. It will be able to reach the orphanage, which it has to touch the middle of, so it's fine. Time to crime, yeah. Considering that the kids are probably drunk, it might just work, yeah. I think we call it Hustensaft. It's cough medicine. The child is just loaded on old school cough medicine. Oh, there's a second child now. An infant. 4 years old. 44% alcohol addiction, only 1% criminality. 60% loyalty. I guess we can see if the loyalty keeps going down in here or not, based on the education. But right now there's no loyalty drop from this. So maybe the children are going to be released with very high loyalty. Wait, yeah, if I bring the cultural enjoyment up, it goes down. Soviet propaganda doesn't do anything. Isn't this like the good communist achievement? Minus 24 degrees, still holding. Getting them addicted to booze is easy. It's also the cheap booze that... Oh, third child. That reduces life expectancy by a bunch, I think. 76% loyalty. 1 year old. So that child got born here and has very high loyalty. If we can keep them at that high loyalty... Like... Maybe we do want to get them an education. Can they work? If they don't have an education, can they do prison labor if they don't have an education? Or do they need to have an education to run prison labor? Can the orphans work? No, the prisoners. Prison labor. It's gonna be interesting to see if the loyalty will be changed by the monument once it's up. I don't think it should, but they are going to be stuck inside a building that doesn't really change their loyalty much, so maybe you can do it somehow that way. But I don't think the monuments will boost it past 76%, not even TV and radio can do that. So, did it change the loyalty if I went complete alcohol addiction here? Oh my god, we can keep the loyalty that way as well. Oh, what? We can... If we fill them up with alcohol and propaganda, we can boost their loyalty and reduce their criminality. I think that's what we gotta do. Don't care about their culture, just pump them full of alcohol and propaganda. Perfect. If they're going to be released, they're going to be no criminals and they're going to be loyal to their state. Hopefully. We do need to have enough wardens to make that work though. Yeah, this is perfect. No loyalty reduction. If there's enough workers in here. Yeah, it doesn't seem to affect anything in here. Probably because the workers don't have enough loyalty. It might also change for the prison once the loyalty has settled in, but yeah, we'll try this right now. Doesn't alcoholism reduce productivity? Probably. But if they get sent to prison, then they have a minimum productivity of 60%. Unlike free citizens, which have a minimum productivity of 30%. I'm not sure. I mean, alcoholism I think reduces the health. I'm not sure about productivity. How productive are you? We don't know yet. Guess we'll have to keep an eye out on Rabinovich. Loyalty is not changing. They're going to be super loyal when they get released from the orphanage. Do I really... This is so weird. We can already increase the loyalty. What? That wasn't possible previously. I think they changed something. So I guess we're gonna try for the same way here. Increase loyalty. Do we want to reduce criminality? Not really. No. Let's try it this way. I could boost it even more by just going anti-religious propaganda, which is increasing criminality by like 2 per tick. But this, the alcohol addiction increases happiness, and that's what we want, right? Minus 34 degrees, still seems to be holding. I think I'm gonna set up the extra house. We need another house for prison workers, basically. We do need water, sewage, and heating and electricity, so that seems not possible. Could have another house over here. I mean, we can also build smaller buildings, I guess. It's so nice that these buildings are now built with like dirt roads automatically. That is a very good quality of life change. Oh, some of the buildings are dropping down to 80, but that's still plenty. Minus 34. Yeah, now we're dropping down to 20 degrees. So at some point there will be an interior temperature of less than 20 degrees Celsius. But the heating plant can't run more. It's just decreasing faster than the tick rate can bring it back up. But if we have a heat exchanger here, that they seem to be a lot more stable. They seem to be rock stable. So I guess these ones directly from a heating plant, you have like the temperature drop down before it ticks back up. And these ones seem to be holding the temperature a lot more steadily. So I guess we'll set up another heat exchanger over here to reduce the issues in that area for that topic. And then build one, maybe two more houses. And I should set up a bus stop here. It might not be able to fit here when I remove this one, but we'll see. A small bus stop is fine. It will fit back here, okay. And then we can have a footpath underneath going across the street, I think. That is going to work alright. Yep. That seems to be doing okay. And then these ones will have to hook up. Once we can get rid of this gas station, we'll drop in another heat exchanger, I think, to stabilize the heating of these houses. We can see that these ones are much hotter than this one. This one is heated from both the heating plant but also from this one, and it's not able to hold as high of a temperature. This one is hotter because it's closer to the heat exchanger, and it's also holding the temperature. I mean, this one is too, but since it's further away from the heat exchanger, it's dropping a little bit further. Do we have a building? We don't really have a building that is not accessible by the heat exchanger, I guess. We can put the priority on this building, so now they will try and take the heating from this building. Doesn't really make a difference, I don't think. Still at 5 prisoners. People have stopped doing crime. We can't work like this. Oh, minus 40. Seems to be holding all right. Alright, Mega Monkey. Thanks for the raid again. And maybe I'll see you later. It's already been 5 hours, what the hell? Oh my god. Time flies. So yeah, potentially we might want another heat exchanger here in the future. For now I'm considering just some residential buildings along the road. Have to make sure they can't get to the clothing factory by foot. And yeah, I guess we need like a fast lane to the prison. I consider this housing capacity for our settlement. But people don't really want to move in, it looks like. So it's not working. "75 highly educated citizens, slowly getting up there." I still believe we will go for the resource map first. What do I want to try in my luck at bauxite? That would basically be a random chance. I don't know. I would just be hoping for oil, I guess. Bauxite would need prison labor. I would not have nothing to do other than put prisoners inside a bauxite mine to then export. And maybe we can do that once we have a railroad set up, so I think we can delay that. Maybe we can go for a secret police and make our buildings more efficient with the tasks that they're currently doing. Which is apparently making some people's lives miserable, and then other people's lives better than normal. Can't believe we're getting a little bit of a loyalty gain out of this. What if I drop the preference for alcohol? And bring it like sport and... What if I do this? Reduce criminality, make them really enthusiastic about sport. Oh, it drops loyalty, okay. No, that's not... Yeah, I guess this way. The slight chance of a loyalty boost is what gets me here, I guess. So they will be released happier, loyal, and not criminal. And then they will be really enthusiastic about going to the House of Culture, because they haven't received any culture while in prison, I guess. Okay, I think temperature's fine. We will build 2 extra houses. This seems stable. Let's check in January when the temperatures keep dropping. Bus stop is ready. No passengers, only workers. We also have to reassign our construction officers to this. And then I guess we have to upgrade these roads to gravel. Yeah, maybe I should stop plowing dirt roads. No more dirt roads, just gravel. Almost got our first ton of clothing ready. Still at 5 prisoners. 7 orphans. Oops. Oh, you can leave? Okay. Yeah, we need to boost the numbers. I could consider, yeah, we could go by the strategy of trying to set up a settlement that just creates prisoners by having the settlement outside of range of Nikaria Pool, and then a police station outside fed by workers from this settlement that can then reach into that settlement. And the settlement would have no culture building, no nothing. Basically like a crime cesspit, where the only thing to pass the free time is to do crime. That would be horrible. A Warhammer 40k Hive world, you say? Well, I would say that the surrounding area is not as hostile, so it doesn't really shred you to bits in like a minute of standing around when the sandstorm hits. And I guess we don't have a caste system because everyone's equal. So a commissar dropping a gum wrap on the ground would receive the same punishment as another rich person. Everyone is equal. Not making a profit anymore. We might not be able to keep up. Oh no! We are still keeping up with the wood chopping. Did the wood price drop by any chance? A little bit, but not much. Yeah, let's see what happens to the wood price before we invest. I might set up like a gravel quarry. Iron is very cheap. Coal is also cheap-ish. Yeah, we need more workers to run the clothing factory. Could have another logging camp down here. There's no unhappiness complaints about crime, so no crime issues whatsoever. We do have extra workers. Is the loyalty now going up because we have a monument here? I don't think so, except maybe for those that have 0%. Doesn't look like it. No education, man. But yeah, I don't know if they will be able to work. Maybe prisoners without an education can't work as well. The Mark E is now finally available as a vehicle, if we want it. See? Children in the clothing factory want to have increased sports enjoyment, otherwise this wouldn't affect the clothing factory at all, right? Anyone working in the clothing factory does get a kid's sports enjoyment bonus. Oh man, the research to pick. Let's how many highly educated? 25%, 78. Yeah, this is going pretty well. We're getting a lot of students through the education system this way. Wait, how are you 25 and still studying? I guess because you're living at home with your parents. So you can study at home with your parents if you don't move into your own flat. Once you move into your own flat, you can't keep studying. Interesting. At some point the clothing factory is going to make some pollution, but that shouldn't really be a problem. By the time that becomes a problem, we will have solutions for that. If I set you up that way, can you reach everything that you need to reach? Yep. Seems fine. Okay. And then we'll have like one more house somewhere over here. And you cannot reach the clothing factory. Because we prevented that. You're not supposed to. Temperature's holding. So we're going to plan with 50% of the heating capacity and treating the small heating plant as a 200 cubic meter heating capacity building instead of the 400 whatever it says. 450 I think. Yep, 450. This one is 200. The large heating plant with 1050 we can get 500 cubic meters out of. Or let's plan with 2 heat exchangers. Let's go for the research for the resource map. It's going to take ages anyway. Oh, serious crime. Lipin Eriks Timofeyevich. 0% criminality, but a serious crime committed. Or like, they assume it was him, them. Well, we'll see what the judges think, I guess. It's a long trial. I assume everyone who goes to trial is guilty, because a case gets dismissed inside a police station if there's no chance of resolving it, but a trial needs to be upheld for, like, due process and everything like that. Can't just put them in prison without a court, I guess. See how long they get for 24.7 years. And 23.7 in prison. Seven prisoners now. We're getting there, slowly. First prisoner has been in prison for 8 years of the 23-year prison sentence, so as for the other activities of our citizens, their life cycle is also sped up. Guilty until found incarcerated, yeah. If you aren't guilty, then why are you in front of the court? Explain yourself. We'll see if this one has problems with heating, but I think it's going to be fine. Slightly further away from the heating plant. Oh my god. Everyone's turning into an alcoholic inside the orphanage. 0.95 education. They almost finished their school education, but they couldn't. Well, if they get released and they go to school real quick, they can finish it and get some work done, I guess. I mean, they will be working one way or the other. Unless people without a school education can't work inside prison, then we will have to change this. We'll have to let them walk to the school. I hope we finish some university educations before the house finishes construction. Stop giving them the done hand sanitizer. I said we're giving them cough medicine, alright? It helps them sleep well. If they're drinking hand sanitizer after we lock them into the rooms, then we can't help that, alright? That is their choice. Okay, you can keep exporting. And the distribution offices will help you whenever we don't have to do construction work. Now that we have a gravel road, we can also set up some traffic signs to make traffic behave in a predictable, desired fashion. Still not much of an income. Oh, another worker. I guess the other thing is that when we incarcerate someone, I think their space inside the flat frees up, so as soon as they are sentenced, there should be one space available here. And that will get filled up by someone waiting to move into a flat. So now there's one housing slot available here, and that one will get filled by a 21-year-old wanting to move in. So yeah, we are extending our housing capacity. We can fill this up slowly. And if all of our houses are like completely filled, and we do have a prison break, wouldn't they just have to leave the country, or do they try to kick out other people to try and sneak in back into society? Okay. You can check the heating plant, but if you come back and you still have people in there, just send them into the clothing factory as well. If you load more than one and the heating plant, you should always like have workers in there. Just bring the extra workers into the clothing factory as well. I mean, it feels like a good start to the Gulag run. I think it's possible. We have to jump on like the right market choices. We have to find out if we have oil nearby, if we can exploit it. Coal and iron. Running a mine with prisoners, we would need so many workers. Oil we can do. Bauxite, I guess. And then maybe a waste incinerator. That would be like the last resort, I guess. If we have to start taking loans, then I would be fine trying to fix it with a waste incinerator. Clothing, 1.3k we have sitting around. Oh, the orphanage is full. Interesting. Still trying to go to school. We don't have enough workers, enough tutors for the orphanage. If they can reach the school, they would also be able to study inside the university, and I would like to prevent that. If we're going to make alcoholic criminal masterminds, they shouldn't get a university education as well. Well, our third house is done. People are moving in. We do have some 21-year-olds without their own flat, so that is fine. Up to 31 highly educated workers now. Very nice. I think we can just run the education for any student and be a little bit more efficient now that we have enough professors to run this. I wonder if pandemics are going to be much more of a problem in this area because of the very low temperature. It's going to affect the health of our citizens a lot more, and if you then run into the situation that you have a pandemic on top of that, could be a problem. Could be a problem. What other industry do we have that we could use with prison labor? Farming, I don't think we can do. I mean, like with prisoners. So farming, if it doesn't support prison labor, we could do with mechanisms, basically. Let me check that. Get a prison bus to verify. Oh, we can run farms with prison labor too. Okay. But only if we want to export it. or make a good out of it that we want to export. We might run into a situation again where we will import the crops, run them to a factory like a distillery, and then use prison labor to create alcohol and then export the alcohol. I guess the pool is already the attraction building that we have in our settlement. People can visit the pool to do sport and also use it as an attraction. I think I will unassign this from the distribution office and use a dedicated vehicle for it. We don't have to use the largest trucks if we wanted to have more deliveries, but the largest truck means we bring 9 tons of fabric, which will give us about 4.5 tons of clothing, and then we drop the excess into the shopping center, into the small store, and export the rest. If I were to use a smaller truck, that would happen more frequently, but that will also affect our market price more negatively. I think a large truck is going to be fine for this. From the customs house, importing fabric to the clothing factory, unloading, waiting until unloaded, then loading clothing, however much you can find, and dropping them off into the small store, however much you have, and then going back to the customs house, unloading the clothing and then loading the fabric. I think that should work. It's going to be one extra vehicle requiring maintenance, but at least it's not going to put any stress on our distribution office, and at some point we might get rid of that. Yeah, fabric is quite expensive, but not too expensive in the beginning. Rabinovich, 16 years old. What's our crime statistic? Are we missing crime reports this year? No, last year we missed 1. Okay. That was before the prison was set up. We'll relocate the steel storage. Make them load steel from Open storage free 3. No more dropping of steel here. And then bring it into this one. They should pick up the steel from the storage first before trying to import more. I guess they're doing both. Well, no more steel imports. Just load the steel from the storage we already have and bring it back down here. And then construction offices should pick up from the new storage. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a break for now. I think we have started on the Gulag run in on the Siberian map. We have a lot of things to learn regarding the prison system. And yeah, we'll see if we can make a profit. If we get down to 0 money and we start taking loans, a waste incinerator with importing hazardous waste would be like a last attempt at like trying to become profitable, and then maybe we have to get like a decent amount of base population to start filling our prisons. Similar to like industries, an empty prison or an empty clothing factory is not really profitable, at least not in our case. So we'll have to see if and how we can fix this. I think as soon as we start getting to like a certain amount of population, we might get like a reasonable amount of prisoners going, but also setting up a second settlement to try and generate prisoners on demand could also be a solution. But yeah, we're going to raid over to Project 7, who is streaming Workers and Resources in German, but he also talks in English if you want to stick around. As always, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be continuing this Siberia run in the future. Gulag, Siberia. Siberia run. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good rest to the start of your week. All the best, take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.